All right, lads. I'll give you Blackbeard's honest opinion. You ask me, can this new captain promise you a life of prizes, plunder, and adventure? Aye. For amongst all the gentlemen of fortune sailing these West Indies, he ranks amongst the most clever. There was a time when I thought myself the deadliest scourge of these seas. But this man is a fearsome dog that feeds off trouble and turmoil. I seen him clear the deck of a Spanish galleon like it were nothing. Fighting like a devil, dressed as a man. And he's a canny one. Knows his way round every crag and crevice of these islands. So if it's fortune and adventure you seek, then Captain Edward Kenway's your man. Only, don't meddle in his private affairs. For there's more mystery to that man than even I dare ask.
Hello, welcome to another stream of Black Flag, continuing celebrating the 10th anniversary with Phase 4, the Assassin Focus. There'll be some Kenway Fleet stuff that will pop up, having been completed.
Haul them in! Get off the wind!
Full for all your worth!
So I'll have Edward collect on those. Alright, so I should be able to get through the rest of the game story that involves ship-based stuff without having to upgrade anything further. Alright, so we're up to sequence 10. We've done all the Templar Hunts. I'll be doing the rest of the Assassin Contracts once we get the rope dart. And the only viewpoints I need to synchronize now are at Long Bay. And... oh. Yeah. Long Bay, and there's 3 viewpoints there. We haven't reached the point in the story yet where that actually is relevant. Alrighty then. The last sequence was sequence 9, Muddied Waters, in which Mary Read further reproved our hero for seeking the observatory for reasons selfish in nature, whereupon Edward sailed for Kingston in pursuit of a rumour that the Sage might be docked there, and whereupon he discovered that the Templars Torres, Rogers, and Hornigold had learned of the Sage's departure from Kingston to the African island of Principe, after which Edward made a hasty departure east, offending much of his crew who preferred simple piracies to treasure hunts, and arriving thus, landed upon Principe to make the acquaintance of the Sage, a man now turned pirate and calling himself Captain Bartholomew Roberts, whereupon Edward Kenway killed 2 Templars sent to capture the Sage, the men Burgess and Cockerham, thus earning Roberts' full trust. Alright, so I've done a stream with Edward wearing this outfit, which I wanted to do a stream session for this focus with the stealth outfit, because it is related to assassins and all that. But what I want to do for the rest of the playthrough is change Edward's gear back to what he default has, because it's still an assassin outfit.
Captain's at the helm.
Loose and trim too! Shanty!
Where am I to go? Where am I to go? Hey, 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 I roll and go. Oh, where am I to go?
All in the stunsail!
Where am I to go? I'm a young sailor boy, and where am I to go? Oh, way up on that sky.
Douse the royals and tops! Crowd on every inch of sail! Douse all but main!
Way up on that gallant yard, that's where you're bound to go. For I'm a young sailor boy, and where... As I rolled out one morning, away you go.
Douse the gallants and royals!
Stunsail's in! Clue up!
Ah, Captain Kenway. Shall we use your ship for this next scheme or mine?
I'd first hear the details before deciding.
Oh, it's a small gambit. This fount of information has just told me that a nearby galleon contains the treasure I seek. For his sake, I hope he he's right.
You've thought this plan through?
Indeed. Using this man will acquire a Portuguese flag, which will get us as close to our target as possible. It's a very simple idea, if you follow my orders to the letter.
The jackdaw, then.
Excellent.
We're underway, Roberts. So what's your plan?
The flagship of this fleet is transporting a valuable treasure in a large chest. Crystal phials filled with blood. You may remember.
We're chasing drams of blood. Is that all?
I asked you to follow my instructions to the letter, Captain, but I did not give you leave to question why. I want those blood vials intact, and if that does not happen, we part as enemies. Do you understand?
I'll try to, aye. Ease the trim. Rooftops. Clew up, shorten sail. Loose the stunsails. Ease the trim. Rooftops. Loose the main.
There's the thing for us, Captain. You see that ship here? We'll need its flag for this ruse to work.
If I can steal their flag without disturbing so much as a flea, I'll do it.
By all means, try.
Alright, staying out of combat is one of the optional objectives that I've chosen that have to be done for this playthrough. Assassin Focus.
Que Deus o guarde e proteja, senhor. Como se encontra nesta noite tão formosa?
Muito bem, obrigado. Só um pequeno passeio por entre nós, para ver se estão todos bem. Boa pausa. Está tudo em ordem por este lado?
Sim, senhor. Tudo em ordem, senhor. Estamos apenas à espera que o nosso navio almirante seja reabastecido antes de zarpar. Ah! E julgo que um dos nossos navios mercantes da nossa frota necessita de um novo mastro. Há homens em terra neste momento em busca de uma árvore que sirva de tal propósito.
Vêm embarcadores de voz? Não? Quantos julgas serão?
Compõem a maior parte da nossa frota, senhor. Dos nossos 42 navios, diria que mais de 2/3 são embarcações mercantis.
Um número considerável. Nesse caso, não duvido que estejam com receio dos piratas. Não!
Sim, senhor, exatamente. Daí as nossas precauções. Com tantos piratas nestas águas, esta frota necessita de bastante proteção. Não é uma tarefa leve guardar quase 3 dúzias de navios.
Imagino que não.
Peço perdão, senhor, mas não estou a reconhecer o seu navio. Nem sequer transporta a bandeira do rei.
Sim, pois. Falando de piratas, este perigo foi retirado a um bando desses bandidos há escasso dia. Ainda não tivemos a oportunidade para o reparar.
Excelente trabalho, senhor. Muito bem.
Obrigado, meu jovem. Eu devia deixar-vos regressar aos vossos deveres. Foi um prazer falar consigo, jovem. Entregue os meus cumprimentos ao seu capitão.
Sério? Ele de momento está a dormir. Vai lamentar não ter tido a oportunidade para falar consigo.
É uma pena. Até à próxima. E que Deus vos abençoe.
That was lucky. I thought I was going to fall to death.
You got the flag?
Aye, and we're flying it now. This should do nicely.
I'll keep my distance. Slow and steady.
Aye. The flag we stole won't protect us from eyes that pry too long.
Por favor, senhor. Imploro-lhe que considere aquilo que está prestes a fazer.
Now é possível.
What's he whinging about?
He's not whinging, he's ecstatic.
Trim to. Catch the wind. Clew up, shorten sail. Loose the stunsails. Clew up, shorten sail. More sail, all we've got. Ease the trim, reef tops. Come off the wind, someone. Loose the stunsails.
Up ahead! They're unloading something from that ship!
Could that be our prize? Perhaps you should go ashore, Captain Kenway. Find that chest, and if it contains the prize I seek, bring it here. We'll tell this lot we're a ship rife with plague. They'll not come near then unless they catch their death.
Admor! Podemos falar com o capitão do navio? Olá! É o próprio! Peço perdão pela minha resposta bruta. Sei ter mais notícias para transmitir. É possível que ficamos infectados pela peste.
O quê? A peste? Por Deus! Como foi isto acontecer?
Imagino que terá sido mercadoria infectada. Está em paz.
Ouvi uma história sobre um espanhol que veio visitar o nosso almirante. Cá para mim, cheira-me a traição.
Certo, senhor.
Sim,
Nós
ouvi dizer que
transmitimos a
chamava
mensagem.
todos. Tempos estranhos estes em que um espanhol pode dar conversa em que não se faz de guerra.
Por muito que amaldiçoe a marinha, a verdade é que nos faz bem...
It doesn't come up telling you that you failed the state of combat, but if I keep on going in the memory, once I finish it, it'll say state of combat failed. So may as well reload the checkpoint.
We'll tell this lot we're a ship rife with plague. They'll not come
That's the
near
optional
then.
objective for this current section, but it carries over for the whole memory. The other optional objective that I'll be doing for this particular playthrough is to use a rope swing assassination to kill the target.
Ai, cá está com uma palavrinha. Olá! É o próprio. Peço perdão pela minha resposta bruta. Sei ter mais notícias para transmitir. É possível que ficamos infectados pela peste.
O quê?
Ouvi uma história sobre um espanhol que veio
Por
visitar
Deus!
o nosso
Como
almirante.
foi isto acontecer?
Cá para mim, cheira-me a traição.
Sim, ouvi dizer que se chamava todos.
Por muito que amaldiçoe a marinha, a verdade é que nos faz bem à disciplina. Um convés deve ser organizado e tão limpo como o rabo de uma baleia. Por isso não é por rancor que o capitão nos coloca a esfregá-lo. É senso comum.
This didn't happen the last time I did this. My approach was exactly the same. When I was doing my unique stream the other week,
We'll tell this lot we're a ship rife with plague.
did that exact same technique, same approach, didn't have any issue. That's how games like to be though. They don't like you to do the same thing the same way and give you the same result. They want to shake things up a bit by randomly making it, oh, this time we'll make it that the enemy notices you more.
Olá, olá! É o próprio. Peço perdão pela minha resposta abrupta. Sei ter mais notícias para transmitir. É possível que estamos infectados pela peste.
O quê? A peste? Por Deus! Como foi isto acontecer?
Imagino que terá sido mercadoria infectada. Nos deixarem em paz, enquanto...
Ouvi uma história sobre um espanhol que veio visitar o nosso almirante. Cá para
Certo,
mim...
senhor. Nós transmitimos a mensagem.
Por muito que amaldiçoe a marinha, a verdade é que nos faz bem à disciplina. Um convés deve ser organizado e tão limpo como o rabo de uma baleia. Por isso não é por rancor que o capitão nos coloca a esfregá-lo. É senso comum.
The chest they hauled ashore was full of empty vials. Where's our Portuguese captain?
He had outlived his usefulness,
Where is he?
sleeping soundly at the bottom of the sea.
How many men must we kill for a simple prize?
As many as drift into our path.
Trim to, catch the wind.
Look on that, Captain. Men who ran the same gauntlet and lost their way.
We're made of sterner stuff, are they?
How often have those been a sailor's last words, I wonder?
Ease the trim, reef tops. Clew up, shorten sail, loose the stunsails.
Our treasure must be aboard that galleon. Why don't you take the ship itself and save us a bit of time?
Aye, that's the way I play it.
I can bring the jackdaw closer, but those lookouts will be a problem.
Well spotted. I'll clear them off first.
Hey there, Kenway. How's things?
Estou cansado desta rotina. E também não estou ansioso pela viagem de volta a Lisboa.
Ouviste falar do que aconteceu àqueles piratas britânicos em Nassau? Dom Jorge enviou um dos seus homens para os tirar de lá. E parece que ele fez um bom trabalho.
Kenway, it's good. You're eating a sugar cane like a panda. Oh, really? Well, I hope it's tasting good. Glad to hear that you're doing well.
Tenho vergonha em dizer que esta é uma bela noite.
Espera aí, irmão. Só uma palavrinha. Espera momento, amigo.
Nope, can't spare a moment. At least I think that's what he was asking. I think he said, could you spare a moment, friend?
É a tripulação do Estibórdio que está a fazer o tour nesta noite? Ou foste tu ontem? Por Deus, estou a perder a conta aos dias.
Pode ficar às cartas do convés!
Olha o que se passa aqui!
We've been spotted. Took them long enough.
To quarters all, man the cannons! Every last hand!
On your command, Captain! Let's hear the roar of this beast!
Clues down! Catch some wind!
Stay out of combat didn't pop. Oh, now it did. That's good. I was about to say.
Fire!
Fight for what is owed, you lads!
Fire!
Making all ace, sir!
I've hit a star! Fire! 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 Fire!
Down to the drink! Nothing like the hot winds of hell blowing in your face!
Fire!
She's vulnerable there, Captain.
Fire!
Awaiting orders, sir.
Fire!
They're on the bowline to hell! Fancy a wee swim, do ye?
Fire!
That clout got us square!
Fire!
Themselves exposed!
Fire!
They've pounded us here, sir! But hold
Fire!
it out, wife!
Fire!
Mercy for those who stand in our path!
Here it goes! Fire!
Fancy a...
Fire!
Down to this ring!
Reloading! Fire!
We're ready, sir!
Fire!
Good shot could cripple.
Fire!
Foundering!
Reef in all tops! Loose and catch the wind!
Hey there, bunny. Fire! All you've got. This little asshole ship
Give me some speed!
wants to be a pain, staying out of range of our mortars.
Fire!
Down to the drink!
Fancier, ease off the wind!
Fancier, ease off the wind. Funny, it says escape, not genocide, whole fleet. Yeah. I think, though, if you don't deal with all the ships, the game won't let you finish until you do. I really like this music too because it's a little more out of the genre of what you would expect in a pirate-themed era, but what I like about it is how upbeat and bombastic it is.
Loose main sails!
Here's my prize. Ah, the Templars have been busy, I see. Lawrence Prince's blood. Useless now. Woods Rogers, Ben Hornigold, even Torres himself. Small quantities kept for a special purpose.
You must take me to the observatory, Roberts. I need to know what it is.
To what end, eh? Will you sell it from under my nose? Or work with me and use it to bolster our gain?
Whatever improves my lot in life.
How ridiculous. A merry life and a short one, that's my motto. It's all the optimism I can muster. All right, Captain Kenway. You've earned a look.
Okay, so those optional objectives are what I needed to get for this playthrough. There's some optional objectives that I don't have to get. But if I end up getting those too, it doesn't matter. It just means that, at the very least, I have to get the ones that I've marked out for this assassin focus. I wanted to do something a little bit different as well with the optional objectives. Instead of having to do every single one of them in the game, to isolate the ones that, to me, felt more like what an assassin would actually do. There might be some memories with optional objectives where some might say, well, I would have considered that an assassin thing, and that's fair enough. It's not a concrete list of, hey, this is the only optional objective that you could consider would be something that that an assassin would do. But mainly when it comes to doing things without detection and killing enemies in ways that assassins would. I mean, if the optional objective is to just kill 5 people, and it doesn't say how you do it, you could include that and just kill them by air assassinations and stealth kills and stuff like that.
Sail! Get off!
I lured him down with a golden chain. Come along, get along, store me along. I carried him away to Montego Bay.
Can you feel it, Addy? We're moments away from the grandest prize of all.
I feel nothing but a hot wind in my ears, Captain.
Come on, man. When we take this treasure, we'll be set for life, all of us. 10 times over.
As you wish.
Ahoy, Roberts! We'll cast anchor and meet ashore.
You were followed, Captain Kenway. How long for, I wonder?
It's Hornigold!
Burn and flay that turncoat.
Deal with your old friend in haste, Captain, before I regret my favor to you.
Captain, think carefully about what you mean to do here.
What are you grousing about, Addy? It's Ben Hornigold, come to kill us out there.
Aye, and the traitor needs to die. But what then? Can you say with certainty that you deserve the observatory more than he and his Templars?
No, I can't, and I don't care to try. But if you've a better idea, by all means, tell me.
Forget working with Roberts. Tell the assassins. Bring them here and let them protect this place.
Aye, I'll bring them here. If they're willing to pay me a good sum for it.
We'll have a hard fight if Hornigal draws us any deeper into this fog. We're nearing the Devil's Backbone.
You mean them crags that look like the backbone of a beast?
Aye. El Espinazo del Diablo, the Spaniards call it.
Funny, make Edward a better assassin than he actually was. Well, the thing about that is, he definitely has all the skills that an assassin requires to have. It's just the whole point about Edward is that because he's not an assassin, there's elements of his character that go against what assassins are supposed to be like. And you have Adewale, who eventually joins the assassins. Edward does too, but not in the game story. But in the lore of the series, he goes on to be one. But Adewale is acting as a counterpoint to Edward. Same with Mary Read. And Mary Read sees in Edward the potential assassin that he can be. And that's why she doesn't completely give up on him like some others might have.
Warship closing! Looks like a frigate! Royal Navy! All set!
Plus it's the idea of seeing things through a different character's perspective. Like for example in Resident Evil 7, we play as a character who doesn't have any military training, no police training, no weapons training, who doesn't know anything about bioweapons and biohazards and all that kind of stuff. And they're experiencing it for the first time, and so the game's perspective from the character is from that of someone who isn't familiar. So instead of playing as someone like Chris Redfield or Jill Valentine or Claire Redfield or Rebecca Chambers or Barry Burton, or whichever character has already experienced for years bioweapons and that, it's instead doing it through a character that hasn't. And so that allows a different perspective. So it's looking from the outside inwards at situations and scenarios. And that's what this game explores with Edward being a pirate. He's on the outside of the Assassins and the Templars. He's a pirate, so he's his own sort of like faction, if you will. So he goes into this story not knowing anything about Assassins and Templars, but if you've played the other games, then you as the player already know that stuff.
There's Hornigal. Getting close.
All exposed! Take the shot! Fire!
We're in close quarters here. Careful you don't run us aground.
Trim the yards off the wind!
Bring them up tight! Come and hearty like!
Fire!
Almost ready, sir.
And Edward can actually look at the Assassins and the Templars from a different perspective. And because he's all about the money, he of course only goes and supports whichever side is paying the most. So he's a mercenary in that way as well. And so he's the character who can also act for those players who haven't played the games before this one. It's like in movies where they have a character that's the audience's avatar, in a way. Or represents the audience in the narrative.
I will be coming back.
Alright, so optional objectives. I have to do all of them. Hey there, Tech. Any man of war yet? Will you be taking on ghost ships? This is an assassin-focused playthrough, so I won't be actually taking on the legendary ships. In fact, the last playthrough I did that in was the pirate-focused one. But for the rest of the phases that I've got planned, there won't be the legendary ships involved. It was only for the pirate-focused one that I wanted to do the legendary ships as well. The next two phases will focus on other aspects of the game that I haven't covered yet in the other phases as well. How's things going, Tech? Hey Godfather, welcome on in. have you seen the trailer for AC Mirage? And are you going to get it day one? Yeah, I saw the trailer for it. Not going to get it day one, though. I'm going to get it once I've seen someone play all the way through. My sort of care factor for knowing spoilers for new Assassin's Creed games is very low nowadays, because that's one of the deciding factors that goes into how I feel about the games in the series. So if the story's shit and I don't like it, then I won't want to play the game. With Rogue it was different because I hadn't played the game before, so I played through it, and then once I played through the game I didn't like the story or the character, and so I decided never to play the game ever again. But in Mirage's case, I just want to wait until I know the whole story before deciding. I've already had to accept that the parkour is going to pretty much just be one minuscule improvement from what Valhalla was. So that aspect isn't so much of a deciding factor of whether I'll buy a new Assassin's Creed game in the future. It's more so story, really, at the end of the day. And it's especially difficult with a game like Mirage because it's a prequel to Valhalla, with a character that we meet in Valhalla when he's older, and we're playing as that character when he's younger. And so the writers have more of a obligation to make sure that what they write for his character actually fits how he is as a character later in his life. So once I know the full story of the game, then I'll decide whether or not I want to buy it. And then it's a matter of, if it's going to be available for PS Plus, for example, then I'll just download it and then play it all the way through off stream myself. And then if I do like the game, then I'll actually start a new playthrough and then stream it. But I definitely won't be playing Mirage straight away. In fact, it'll probably be a few months before I play it, if it ends up being a game that I want to actually play, that is. So for October, because it's coming out in October, Mirage, for October my main focus will be on horror stuff. And next year on the channel, because I won't be playing Assassin's Creed every single weekend for the whole year, it means that my sort of like focus on the series is going to be less than what it has been the last few years.
Steady up! Keep your backs together, lads! This fight ain't over!
Yeah, Tech, so it was fun to take on the legendary ships, though. It's definitely something I will do again in the future at some point.
You know, I served under Kid for a time.
Hey there, Stan. Welcome on in. What if the ship wears an assassin hood? And that would actually be funny to see. Someone should mod the jackdaw so it's got a assassin's hood. Tech, you're going good. That 6-arm enemy in Tomb Raider 3 freaked you out at first lol. You think you finished 2 or 3 levels today? Well, that's good that you have. That's great progress to finish that many levels in that game. And yeah, that 6-arm enemy, there's a few of those, how they start off as statues that come to life. And it was funny because one of the criticisms of the first Tomb Raider movie that came out in 2001 was that it wasn't very much like the games. And I'm like, what do you mean not like the games? Because in the movie there's statues that come to life that you have to kill. And I'm like, how is that not like the games? Which had statues that came to life and tried to kill you. But that's great progress on that dude too. I'm doing well, Tech. Things are going good, having a good weekend. Godfather, yeah, Alan Wake 2, will we be playing that day one? Hell yeah. Yeah, I definitely want to play that day one. My plan for October with the horror stuff is, traditionally I do Alan Wake first to kick off the celebration of the month. So I'll be doing that, but I'll just be doing a standard playthrough, and I'll only be doing the main game. There's actually 2 extra episodes that are DLC that are part of the game's narrative, but I won't be doing them in the first run that I do. But once I've actually, when it gets closer to the release date for Alan Wake 2, I'll make sure that I'm actually finished Control by then, because my plan before Alan Wake 2 comes out is to start another playthrough of Alan Wake 1, do an in-depth dive where I listen to all the manuscript pages, listen to all the radio stations, watch all the Night Springs episodes, do the 2 extra DLC content, and do the same with that as well, and then play Control, the main game, and then when I finish the main game, play the Alan Wake DLC for Control, and then hopefully I can time it right so that I can finish the DLC for Alan Wake in Control, and then just jump straight into Alan Wake 2. Tech, for October, you're considering getting Robocop. You know how you feel about that legend.
Bastard, and I've seen what he can do. He'll be after me, sure as I'm standing here. Hold your ground, and be ready for anything.
You know how you feel about that legend. God, you hope it's good. I hope so too. I really do, because I think it's an IP that needs to get more eyes on it in terms of like generations coming through. Because the thing about the Robocop movie is, yes, it's definitely dated, as in, you know, it's a movie that was made in the 80s, but I still feel the satire in it is on point, and the action scenes are really well done as well, and I hope the game is really good. I can't remember the last time they did a Robocop game, but I hope they do a really good job with it.
You could have been a man who stood for something. But you've a killer's heart now. With nothing but metal to show for all your blunders.
Damn sight better than you, Ben. The heart of a traitor who thinks himself better than his mates.
Aye, and proven true. What have you done since Nassau fell, huh? Nothing but murder and mayhem.
You threw in with the very kind we once hated!
No! These Templars are different. I wish you could see that. But if you continue on your present course, you'll find you're the only one walking it. With the gallows at its end.
It may be. But now the world has one less snake in it. And that's enough for me.
Oh shit. To stay out of combat while finding Hornigold. While I was talking, I must have got detected. Well, we need to replay that memory now.
Can you feel
it? Stan, where was Edward when Westfold fell? He was with Gandalf, getting all that XP and goodies. Indeed, Kenway. Ben Hornigold, the traitor. And the thing is too, like, obviously, being a Templar, he's on the side that the Assassins are fighting against. But
if you've a better idea, by all means, tell me.
He's a traitor to Edward because he was once like Edward and the others. You know, they're pirate brethren, and they were their own faction. You know, and And so, in siding with the Templars, Benjamin Hornigold has betrayed Edward and the other pirates that Edward was with by selling them out.
Spaniards calling.
Or becoming a sellout, in a way. Yes, Dan, it's like, Edward, you scum, is how he feels. You love how Edward and Ade are talking something in heat and crew continues to sing. That's true, yeah. Ah, hang on. I know where I yeah, it was when we were actually looking for his ship. So we got fully detected when looking for it. That's what messed me up. It wasn't the approach to him, as in assassinating him. It was actually when looking for him on the ship.
Fire! Let's all exposed! Take the shelter!
Careful you don't run us aground.
Look, Captain, the whole place shot down!
Fire!
Ready to fire, sir!
Fire!
There, sir! Good shot could cripple!
Fire! Fire!
She's vulnerable there, Captain!
Fire! 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 Fire!
Look, Captain, the whole place shot down!
Fire!
Take some damage here!
Fire! Fire!
Can you do this? Stop.
Short north side!
Alright. There. This is the thing that's annoying about the optional objectives, is the fact that they don't keep on the screen all optional objectives that you've activated throughout the memory. So let's say there's 2 optional objectives, and one will show up when you reach a certain point, and then the second one when you reach another point. Once that point is reached where both are revealed, sometimes the game won't still put on the screen when you check one of the other ones.
You then, stop!
He's mine.
It's enemy sight! In my sight, clear as day!
Yes, Dan, it's like, guys, can you not sing for a minute? It's like, come on, it's not the time. Take last Robocop game, you believe, was 2014. Oh, wow. Yeah, so that's almost 10 years ago. Yeah, I thought it was really, like, I thought it was like a longer time ago. I thought it might have been like the early 2000s. So almost 10 years. They tried tying in the remake movie into a game, so both ended up being lackluster imitations and a proper new beginning. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I saw the remake. It had some interesting ideas, but they would have been better off in a completely original story.
I know this bastard,
I feel.
and I've seen what he can do. He'll be after me, sure as I'm standing here.
But they could have made it
and be ready.
They could have made it set in the same universe, though, but be years and years later. Like maybe the original Robocop had been retired out,
with nothing but metal to
and it was just a new version of it.
Better than you, Ben. The heart of a traitor who thinks himself better than his mates.
Aye, and proven true. What have you done since Nassau fell, huh? Nothing but murder and mayhem.
You threw in with the very kind we once hated!
No! These Templars are different. I wish you could see that.
It'd be so cool to play this game with commentary from the actual actors who played the characters in this game.
With the gallows.
I don't just mean one or two, like I mean every actor who played all the main characters. Edward, Hornigold, Blackbeard, Jack Rackham, Steve Bonnet, Mary Reed, Anne Bonny,
The world has one less snake in it.
Torres, and
for me.
Julian Ducasse, all the main Templars and all that kind of stuff. Alright, stay out of combat while finding Hornigold? No. Alright. Okay, so that's definitely the ship-based one. Stay out of combat while finding Hornigold. I'm pretty sure that is only related to finding him on the ship. In which case it may necessarily not be an assassin style thing, because it is on a ship after all. Stan, that would make a good content rod, so why would Ubisoft do such a thing? I don't know, Stan, to be honest. And this is one of the disappointing things in general with franchises, is that like sometimes they might do a reunion thing. You know how they have like a cast reunion on something, but it's only like a 5-minute interview that's on the Today Show or on some other, some other program or something like that. There's no actual in-depth kind of like celebration, or there might just be like, a surface level celebration kind of thing going on, instead of like a really in-depth sort of thing. And I love commentaries with movies. That was one of the things that I loved about when I first watched DVDs and stuff. Like, there were movies that I only bought on DVD once I knew there was a special edition. Because sometimes they just release the movie as a standard bare bones release. But I'd rather get the version that had behind-the-scenes featurettes making of, whether it was retrospective ones that they filmed years later, or if it was actually ones that were done back when the game came out. And we're going to get detected again. And also like audio commentaries with people involved in the production of the movie and stuff, because you get some sort of like personal experiences then being relayed by the people as well.
What are you grousing about,
But yeah, I think when they do celebrate an anniversary of a game, Ubisoft and other companies tend to just do something that's kind of surface level in a way. Like they might have a year-long focus on something. Like I think for the 15th anniversary of Assassin's Creed as a series, throughout the year they had various things that they were doing, and all that kind of stuff. But there's definitely a lot of stuff that would be cool for them to do with video games, and this goes for other companies as well, especially when there's an anniversary, because surely the companies know when their products came out, or you would think so anyway. But yeah, that'd be kind of cool. I'd definitely have fun listening to the people who and not just the people who actually played the characters either, like also the devs and stuff. It'd be cool to have like a in-depth kind of like documentary or look at this game. Like, for example, Dabu McDevitt, who was a key narrative writer on, the main writer for this game, he's done interviews for podcasts and stuff, where he gets asked about, the certain games that he worked on and stuff. But I don't even know how many of the actors who played main roles in this game even know that it's celebrating its 10th anniversary this year or not.
All but names! Douse the mains! Muzzle them! Loose topsails, gallants and royals!
We're beelining for the rocks, sir!
Mind the helm!
Incoming ship!
I'm sort of still deciding whether this optional objective should even count, because it is related to being on the ship and not getting into combat. Not
Captain,
staying out of combat when you're finding Horn of Gold to assassinate him.
It's Ben Hornigold, come to kill us out
Take, you think a chip implanted into a cop would be interesting, like they slowly turn into a cyborg, then go full robot. Even a sociopath with no feelings of the cop would have been better than what they did. Yeah, I think, exploring those sorts of things, and actually doing it in its own IP, because it could have been like a movie about the use of technology. Jeez, this fucking optional objective, I tell you what, fuck it, I'm not counting it as part of the fucking playthrough. It's just giving me... It's too fucking annoying. Plus I'm talking at the same time, which isn't the fault of chat, by the way. whenever I talk and I'm playing a video game, one part of my brain focuses on what I'm talking about, and the part of my brain that's focused on the playing of the video game goes down to like 5% awareness. It's why you'll see me sometimes when I'm playing a game just stop dead and not play any bit, or you might see me go around in circles as the character. Because the part of my brain that's concentrating on what I'm saying and thinking about what I'm saying makes the part of my brain that's focused on controlling the character sort of go to sleep a bit.
Can you feel it, Addy?
So I'm just going to focus on the actual mission for a bit and go on mute for a little bit.
Think carefully about what you mean to do here.
What are you grousing about, Addy? It's Ben Hornigold, come to kill us out there.
Aye, and the traitor needs to die. But what then? Can you say with certainty that you deserve the observatory more than he and his Templars?
No, I can't, and I don't care to try. But if you've a better idea, by all means, tell me.
Forget working with Roberts. Tell the assassins. Bring them here and let them protect this place.
Aye, I'll bring them here. If they're willing to pay me a good sum for it.
We'll have a hard fight if Hornigold draws us any deeper into this fog. We're nearing the Devil's Backbone.
You mean them crags that look like the backbone of a beast?
Aye. El Espinazo del Diablo, the Spaniards call it.
Wash loose and trim too!
Stunsails!
Shorten sail! Get off the squall! Reef in all tops! Crowd it all on!
Aloft, lads! Check those royals!
Close up! Eat her sticks!
Bring it all sail! Gammon tight!
Give me some speed!
Loose tops and royals!
Douse the royals and tops! Get the mainsails into the wind!
Close down! Man your sheets! Cannot be far now.
Ease off the wind!
Furl! Furl all sail! Do you hear the news?
Get the mains free!
Crowd on all the...
Haul in the stunsails! Reef the topsails and gallants! Clew up! Clew up!
Loose all! Hot!
There we go.
Good shocker crippler!
Ready to fire! Can you do this, brother? The heart up for it.
There we go. Since I've already secured the Air Assassinate optional objective. There we go. So yeah, it was related to staying out of combat while on the ship, not when you're actually on foot going to assassinate him. Yeah, Kenway added while is like, bruh.
Stop there, you!
Stan, they had a great opportunity on that with Odyssey's actors. There were like 9 endings with a lot of different choices, where those 2 actors literally worked side by side. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing too, like, there's also probably a lot of stuff that doesn't get used in the final version that was there, and obviously, if there's a spoiler that they don't want to reveal in the story, they might have actors say dialogue just for that trailer, you know, to cover themselves so that they can have some dialogue there that doesn't reveal the spoiler. But yeah, the thing about the different endings and that, like, I wouldn't have minded the different ending thing in Odyssey if they had a reason as to why there would be multiple endings. Like, I felt there was a missed opportunity to, at least in the present day sections, make a bit of a mystery out of which of the 2 characters actually was the Eagle Bearer and which character actually was Deimos. And have it be a thing where, as part of investigating that, there would be some sort of puzzles that you had to solve as either character in the memory, and then Layla would be like, so that means that Cassandra at that point in time was the one who experienced this event, you know, and piece together that kind of thing. And if the player didn't actually piece together the full kind of like story, so to speak, by the end of the game, then that would be one of the endings that they were with. But the character in present day would be like, we might need to run the simulations again and see something that we might have missed, you know. Although that might have annoyed some players, because they would have been like, right, I spent all these hours getting through this game and you're telling me that this ending might not be the right one? Fuck you, game, I'm not going to play you again. So that kind of thing could have backfired. So maybe doing that kind of thing would be good in a non-RPG Assassin's Creed game, if that's what Odyssey was.
I know this bastard, and I've seen what he
Okay,
can
my
do.
Odyssey voice acting.
He'll be after me,
Yeah,
sure
it's so
as I'm
funny though.
standing here.
Like, I don't think that overall it's like a terrible kind of like voice acting and stuff. I think they do good jobs. But yeah, there's just definitely some voice acting.
With nothing but
and it's nothing against the actual person, but the decision to make the voice of what's that friggin' what's that friggin' Cult of Cosmos member?
She sort of has the voice like this and talks all like this. Deimos.
You know, has that sort of voice. That really, really grates on me, that one.
But if you continue on your present course,
Stan, they said they're lined one by one. That's interesting, though, that they work side by side, because obviously the characters, like, if you play as Cassandra, the dialogue that Cassandra says as the Eagle Bearer is the exact same that Alexius says if he's the Eagle Bearer, if you choose to play as him, kind of thing. Can't wait, that's how our brains work. We can't multitask. There's a documentary on it. Yeah, I mean, maybe in some way, like, for example, people who drive a car can drive and talk to someone at the same time. But it would get a bit tougher when you're actually trying to drive but not looking at the road to concentrate on that. So it'd be interesting to see a documentary on that. So that memory, we already had gotten the Air Assassinate Horn of Gold on a previous attempt. So the only one I wanted to get was stay out of combat while finding Horn of Gold. It's probably debatable whether or not that would be an optional objective that you would say, yes, that's very assassin-like, because we are on a ship when it happened, but I figured I may as well just cover my base with that. So now we can actually do the next one. There's no need to refill ammo yet because we're soon going to be at the point where, story-wise, Edward's not going to have any use for his weapons.
Captain's home.
or rather, I don't have to worry about using smoke bombs necessarily. Not that it really matters, because Edward at the moment has, what, like 46,246 reals, so it's not like it's too expensive in the game for me to refill stock. We'll just go past that fort, not worried about those. The plan today is to finish the main game of this, and I might even be able to finish Freedom Cry as well. Because with Freedom Cry, there's only some optional objectives that I'm going to be focused on. But one mission that's going to be annoying is where you have to do investigations, because the main objective is just to do 3, but the optional objective is to do all 5. And there's one of those that can be really, really friggin' annoying to do. But I might be able to finish Freedom Cry as well today. And then next weekend, Saturdays will be Assassin's Creed and Sundays will be Tomb Raider. Because Mondays to Fridays are going to be horror games.
Mind the helm, sir. You will break us apart.
But I don't want to jump into my next phase of this playthrough, of this 10th anniversary celebration straight away. So if I finish the whole playthrough today of Phase 4, then next Saturday I would most likely pick an Assassin's Creed game that I can finish in one stream. As like a break between finishing Phase 4 of this playthrough and starting Phase 5. I've got 6 phases I'd like to do. And so, we're getting closer and closer to the end of the year as well.
Refit.
Is that pirate hunter dead?
Aye, by my own hand. Why is it you alone can find what so many want?
I was born with memories of this place. Memories of another time entirely, I think. Like another life I've already led.
Curse you for a lurch, man, and speak some sense.
Not today. After you, Captain. The path ahead is dangerous. The men native to this land will put up a fight, Edward. Are you willing to push back if necessary, huh? To kill if needed?
You'll hear from me soon.
Alright, so for this playthrough I've made it a priority that I need to do both optional objectives for this memory. Incapacitate all guardians whilst unarmed, and incapacitate 5 guardians from stalk zones. I haven't, Godfather, no. I remember playing the original Prey, a little bit though. I didn't actually own it. A friend had actually bought the game over with their Xbox 360, because that was before I even owned one. So I played a little bit of the original, and I've seen the newer one in 2017 being played. I do want to play it myself though, because based on seeing it played, it looked like a game that I'd be interested in. It's your game of the year for 2017, a great game for this month. Well, that's good that you enjoy it a lot. But yeah, I definitely do have plans in the future at some point to play that game. But it'll probably be next year by now.
This way.
Actually, I should backtrack. If the game at this point will actually let me go back that far. I may as well try and get the viewpoints synchronized for this place, because this is the only place in the game that yeah, it won't let me do it. Bugger it. I'd rather do this now, that way I don't have to fast travel back here and do it later.
This land will put up a fight, Edward. Are you willing to push back if necessary, huh? To kill if needed? Land will put up a fight, Edward. Are you willing to push back if necessary, huh? To kill if needed?
My favorite thing in games, getting stuck on the environment. I swear in some games, stepping on a twig can actually make a character get stuck. Bullshit. That is bullshit there. That character was not aware of me when I attacked them.
This land will put up a fight, Edward. Are you willing to push back if necessary, huh? To kill if needed?
The detection's broken in this too, because if you noticed, that enemy had no idea I was behind them, and then when I initiated the takedown, they were alerted for a split second. And for the optional objective, it doesn't count as a incapacitation from a stalking zone if you do an air assassination on them. He must be one of those people that yells in his sleep. Go to sleep. You're angry. How? How did they detect? They were knocked out. Bullshit. Bullshit. Did not detect me. That was a bullshit detection. Don't fucking lie to me, game. I wonder if that will count as a kill. Even though I was unarmed when I attacked. There we go, we satisfied the incapacitate guardians from stalking zones. That only works if you actually do it by sneaking up on them and then knocking them out. It doesn't work if you do an air assassination on them while they're inside the bush.
Let's get going.
Alright, one more synchronization to do at Long Bay, which is the final synchronization I need for the whole game. Hello, Carbon. How's things, dude? Hey there, Brutus. Welcome. Hope you're having a good one too. Good one, game. Brilliant. Excellent. Yeah, Carbon, indeed. Lovely. All good. We were able to get Edward out of it. Well, excuse me, game, for trying to climb up something in a climbing game. My mistake. I shouldn't expect a climbing game to let you climb things. It's like, hey, we heard you like climbing games, so we're going to make sure that you can't climb in the climbing game. Now, maybe it's because I haven't played every single Mario game that exists, and if I have played a Mario game, it might not have happened because it just never happened to me, but in all the Mario games that I've played, I don't ever remember once there being any glitches where when you jump, Mario doesn't. Like every single time I played a Mario game and I pressed the jump button, he jumps. No questions asked, no glitches, no, oh, sorry, we didn't recognize your input. Nothing. In a Doom game, I've never played a Doom game where you press the fire button to shoot and the character doesn't shoot. So why in an Assassin's Creed game should there be any issues with climbing something? Oh, I know why. Because Ubisoft don't really like to refine their things. Busted, he won't if there's no ammo. Yeah, I mean in that sort of situation it'd be understandable why when you press the button to shoot he doesn't shoot. But if you did press the button to shoot and he had 100 ammo and he didn't shoot, then that would be a very embarrassing glitch for a Doom game to have. Like, if you are doing a game that has never ever had any stealth in it, and you decide to do a stealth section, it's understandable if the stealth section is poorly done, because the company doesn't have experience in doing stealth sections. But it's a different thing when a company has done a genre of games where a certain style of gameplay is involved and they still can't get it 100% right. Or at least 99% right. I like how we can't move the camera to a spot where the game can show me that it knows that I want to do an air assassination.
Let's go.
It really should be a proximity thing. Whether or not the game's camera is looking at the target, if the character model of the main character is close enough in range to the enemy, as long as the player knows which button does the particular action, pressing that button to do that action should happen irrespective of whether or not the camera can actually see the target. Incapacitate without killing by breaking the neck. Well, it's still technically incapacitating the target. Okay, where's that asshole shooting me from? Here. Here, have some of your own fucking medicine. And here we go, the final viewpoint I need to synchronize in the whole game. Oh, imagine that. Not being able to climb in a climbing game. Carbon, well, he is incapacitated for 3 to 4 seconds. It's not your problem that it will die because all the brain messages to the vital organs are blocked. That's true. It's like when Batman fights an enemy. He may bash the shit out of the villain, but if the villain dies later, it's not his fault. He didn't kill him. Kenway, thank you, game. Yeah, you gotta love it when the game doesn't let a character do what it's programmed to let the character do. I think all games should strive to have that as a thing. Okay, we look into Progress Tracker and we look at synchronization of viewpoints, and it should have 100%. There we go. All the viewpoints in the game have been synchronized, which was one of the aspects of my playthrough. I did not press the right button at all. Don't know why it switched over to the right side of stuff. Now the game's doing things based on button presses I never pressed. Hit the fucking enemy, Jesus Christ. How many times do I need to press the same button?
Is this the observatory? All this?
An almost sacred place. All it needs is a drop of my blood. And the door opens after almost 80,000 years.
Jesus, Roberts! Have you gone mad?
Quite the contrary, Edward. These wags would have gone mad at seeing what lies beyond this gate. But you... I suspect you're made of sterner stuff. Now, pick up that chest and carry it hither.
If you don't interact with the shipwreck that you see earlier, where Adewale points it out to Edward, and then Edward says, "We're made of sterner stuff, Addy." If you don't hear that dialogue, then you might not know that when Bartholomew Roberts says it to Edward, he's almost saying it in a mocking way. I suspect you're made of sterner stuff. As if to say that Edward's shock should not be something he's having at what he just saw, or that this whole situation should be something that Edward should not be sure of. So he's mockingly saying, but I suspect you're made of sterner stuff.
Dirty and decrepit. Not quite as I remember, but it has been over 80 millennia.
Ah, rot. That's impossible.
Step as if on thin ice, Captain. I must say I'm quite taken by this new vocation of mine, and it may amuse you to know that I have authored my own articles of conduct.
A creed of your own, eh?
To keep the peace, yes. I forbid all gambling upon the deck, for instance, for it leads to more conflict than camaraderie. Desertion during battle is forbidden, and I require that all men keep their pieces and cutlasses clean and fit for service at all times.
Sensible.
And punishable by death if disobeyed.
That's a step further than I'd go. Look at this place.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Aye. It's like something out of a fairy tale, or one of them old poems.
There were many stories about this place once. Tales that turned into rumors and again into legend. The inevitable process of facts becoming fictions before fading away entirely.
I love the inflections on some of the dialogue for Roberts.
More blood vials.
Yes, these cubes contain the blood of an old and ancient people. A wonderful race in their time.
The more you talk, man, the less I understand.
I don't expect you to. Only remember this. The blood in those files is not worth a single real to anyone anymore. It may be again one day, but not in this epoch. Here we are. Place the chest just there.
What's that noise?
Ah, yes. A security measure. Just a moment. There we are.
So what is this place?
Think of it as a large spyglass, such as we sailors carry. A device capable of seeing great distances.
This is bloody witchcraft.
No, this is Mr. Jack Rackham, somewhere in the world at this moment.
NASA. Well, this is happening right now. We're seeing through his eyes.
Aye.
I don't know, Jim. I haven't the faintest idea how to pilot a ship. That ain't work a woman does.
Tosh. I've seen a score of ladies who can reef a sail and spin a capstan.
And would you teach me to fight? With a cutlass, like? And maybe handle a pistol?
All that and more. But you have to want it and work for it. There's no stumbling into true success.
Hey, lad! That's my lass you're making love to. You lay off, or I'll catch ya.
Up your ass, Rackham. Lad's the last thing you should be calling me.
Oh, is that right, is it? Lad?
A curious bunch. Let's try another. Governor Woods Rogers.
You have a bold idea, but I must think it carefully through.
A simple pledge of loyalty is all you need suggest to the House of Commons. An oath, a gesture, and a simple ceremonial dram of blood taken from the finger. That's all.
The ministers may give me trouble, but it should be easy enough to convince the House of Lords. They do adore an excess of pomp and circumstance.
Exactly. Tell them it's a show of fealty to the king against those revolting Jacobites.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, these Templars.
The crucial detail is the blood. You must get a sample from each man. We want to be ready when we find the observatory.
Agreed.
A precious tool, you see.
Sorcery, that's what it is.
Not so! Every mechanism that gives this device its light is a true and physical thing. Ancient, yes, but nothing supernatural or strange.
We'll be masters of the ocean with that.
Oh, such ambition. There is nothing in my code about loyalty, boy. You played your role, but our partnership is done!
You're a dead man, Roberts!
Betrayal! Ancient, yes, but nothing supernatural or strange or magical or fantasy like Ubisoft. Remember that. Oh wait. That's right. They forgot that the technology that gets used by the ones who came before, the Isu, wasn't actually magic. It's technology.
Roberts! Oh, your jackdaw's flown, Edward. Eh? That's the beauty of a democracy. The many outvote the one. Oh, you could sail with me, but with a temper as hot as yours, I fear you'd burn us all to cinders. Luckily, I know the king's bounty on your head is a large one, and I intend to collect. Have you ever seen the inside of a Jamaican prison, boy? Have you?
That grin. Imagine that in your nightmares every time you close your eyes. Or when you blink, you see that face smiling at you like that. Or you're just walking around and you see that face smiling at you. It's a very creepy smile that they give Bartholomew Roberts there. Hey there, cons. Imagine a stick almost killing Edward, but he can shrug off being stabbed a million times. That's it. It's that good old case of when the story demands a certain thing. Calvin, you don't want to imagine that. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting with him as a character because he's very much in line with what pirates are about. But he's definitely not the romanticized version of pirates, and that's something that this game is playing with the perception of as well. But in reality, the truth would be that obviously a lot of these pirates would have been the lowest of the low of society, and any sort of morals that they had would have been completely thrown out of the window. But obviously, this being a story where they want Edward to have a certain character arc, they want to make him not be the same kind of pirate that Bartholomew Roberts is kind of like. Same with like Mary Read and that. Jack Rackham, he's sort of like made out to be a bit of a fool, a drunkard who doesn't necessarily have all his faculties, going, which I guess that aspect would probably be in line with, how pirates would have really been like. But yeah, that idea of playing with stereotypes and cliches of how certain time periods are represented in fiction and all that kind of stuff. That's what I like about the Assassin's Creed series, playing with that kind of thing too. Playing against, expectations. You have Edward who walks that line of almost going over to the side of being a pirate where it's like nothing matters except own goals. They give Edward a little bit of a moral compass, because while he is someone that wants money and only really gets motivated by money that he can get from doing things, there's still little bits in here as the story goes on that show a little bit of a moral aspect to him, or a side that actually cares. For example, when his crew gets captured closer to the start of the game, when Artabai is basically like, I wonder how much his crew's lives mean to him. But Edward's reaction is of someone who is like, oh fuck, my crew's been captured, I need to rescue them, So he does have those elements, but obviously his main drive is to get money. And so he sees the observatory and all that as a way to get a lot of money and all that kind of stuff. But when even someone like Roberts, who is also a pirate, can betray you, it's not the first time Edward's been betrayed either. You've obviously got Jack Rackham betraying him by mutiny, and all that kind of stuff, but also Benjamin Hornigold betraying him too, and that kind of stuff. But yeah, Bartholomew Roberts is an interesting sort of like villain to have. In many ways, he functions more strongly as a villain than, say, Governor Torres does, who is actually the main villain because he's the main Templar, like he's the Grand Master. But Bartholomew Roberts is kind of like almost a mirror image of what Edward could be if he fully got rid of his kind of idea. Like, obviously, Bartholomew Roberts has his own code where it's like, the people on his ship aren't allowed to gamble on deck, and they have to make sure that their sword and that their guns are ready to use and in top condition. So he does have some kind of like requirements of, something that you would consider to be good quality sorts of things. But at the end of the day, Bartholomew Roberts doesn't really care about anyone else except himself. And he well and truly betrays Edward here. And for him, it's nothing. It's like another day at the office for him. Cons, you're looking forward to how they develop Basim? Yeah, I hope they do a good job, because they already know how he is by Valhalla's time. So hopefully they made sure to make sure that any changes that they make are only there because he's younger and less experienced than what he is in Valhalla. Hopefully what they add to his character arc in that game doesn't retcon anything that we know in Valhalla and stuff. Carbon, true. Edward's goal was to get better conditions for him and his ex-girlfriend. Short-sighted maybe, but his initial goal was positive. So he has some morals. Edward is a great character. Well and truly, Carbon, and I think there is that kind of even people who aren't out for just money, obviously there's been times in their life where they probably have been like, you know what, I should be getting paid more for the work that I'm doing. If they're working in a job that they feel they're bringing their all to, but the pay doesn't match their effort, so they might want to get a better job, and there's nothing wrong with doing that. But some people might be like, I'm going to purposely ruin this other person's job, and then maybe I can take their job from them, is a different kind of sort of thing, and Edward's not in that way of, I'm going to do something to sabotage that person's position so that I can get it. But he is someone that wants to be like, hey, I'm not going to work for a pittance. I want to actually get, more money than what I'm, being paid at the moment. That would be what he would be going for. And he sort of gets sidetracked and all that too, because obviously things didn't go exactly the way that he wanted. But he still expected that Caroline would be waiting for him and that she wouldn't be sort of like discarding him from her life completely. But the way that she would feel about that obviously would be, it's been so long since Edward has actually been with me, so maybe I should just give up on him. And so I imagine that's one of the reasons why Caroline never, of her own volition, wrote a letter to Edward earlier to say, hey, I'm actually pregnant, Edward. Because she probably felt, well, he probably doesn't even care. He's been away for so many years. He probably doesn't even care if I'm pregnant or not. So I guess that would be an explanation as to why Caroline didn't tell him earlier that he actually had a daughter as well, because he doesn't find out until later as well. But yeah, there's so much stuff about Edward as a character that is really, really well done. I love his character arc, and there's just so many things about. And Matt Ryan, who plays him, does such a great job as well. So we got the optional objectives that I wanted to get for that mission.
Hello? How are you? If you're anxious, that'll pass. It's the Midazolam. I'm sorry about this, but we've had so many security breaches, we were forced to take drastic action. And Olivier is missing. He left for Chicago 2 days ago, but no one's seen him since. I know this seems excessive, but with our high-level security clearance, we have an obligation to our shareholders. Rest assured, we will compensate you when the hacker is found. So get some rest, okay? And if you're up to it, maybe capture some more footage? You're doing amazing work. I can't wait to show you the work we've been doing with your stuff. Take care.
So, they tossed you in the bunker. Nice. Those Templars upstairs aren't taking any chances. I think we need to erase all the dirt they might have on you. Did you hear that? I think I just gave you level 3 security clearance. Now, head to the security room and use the cameras to watch the door to the server farm. Unfortunately, Melanie's in there now, so when I escort her out, that's when you make your move. I'd wipe these servers myself, but as the head of IT, I'd be a suspect. It has to be someone they've already locked up. Ah, these Templars. They run our lives, you know. They decide elections, they control various capital markets, and they inject us with little microchips to track our movements and read our thoughts. It's all very scary. All right, listen, I'm entering the server room now. When you see us leave, get in there.
There's no need for you to be down here by yourself, Miss LeMay. My team will handle the investigation.
But you need an extra set of eyes on this thing, John. We don't even know when the hacker's broken. It could take weeks to go through this data.
One, at most.
Still too long. I can't keep my team locked up for a week.
Legally you can. It's what they signed up for, even if they didn't read their contracts.
Yes, of course. I just hate the idea. So what's the next step?
My team is processing the data now. We'll start sifting through it tonight. Scout's honor. Coffee's on me, okay?
Kenway, Edward has a redemption arc, yes, but it does not make him a great character. You still blame Edward for Haytham being a Templar. Haytham had little respect for his father, and you can't imagine it not contributing to him being a Templar instead of an assassin. Edward has caused too much irreparable damage. Well, I don't know how much a 10-year-old Haytham could have little respect for Edward, because you got to remember, Haytham didn't become a Templar when he was 10 years old. He became a Templar as he got older. And so I don't know why you would blame Edward for him becoming a Templar, because it was out of Edward's hands. He was dead. So he doesn't really have any sort of like impact on Haytham's decision to become a Templar. Because at the end of the day, Haytham is the one who decided to become a Templar.
Alright, I ditched her at the coffee stand. Find a server containing the network logs. Since I have a record of each and every one of your hacks, we'll just search for the timestamps on those and turn that data into something harmless. Easy as that. Here we are. Beautiful. I'll update your communicator one more time. A little program I cooked up just for this purpose. There we go. I think that worked. Try it out.
Like, I could understand if Edward died when Haytham was like, you know, a teenager, or was like, you know, 20, 21 or something like that. And Edward had done something, but yeah, Edward died when Haytham was 10 years old. Again, where Haytham didn't respect Edward when he was older. When Adewale mentions Edward, he says something like, I didn't know my father had any sense of shame, and you can clearly see Jenny doesn't want to be a Kenway. Yeah, but I mean, that's different, because that's Haytham as an adult looking back on something in retrospect, instead of taking it as it was when he was actually the age that Edward died at. So I still don't understand why it's Edward's fault that Haytham became a Templar. That doesn't make sense to me. Cons, did Haytham ever find out that his sister was sold as a concubine? Eventually, Cons, he did. And even though he found out that Reginald Birch was the one who organised all that, Haytham still wanted to get revenge against Reginald Birch for killing his father and for doing what he did to Jenny, but ultimately it still wasn't enough for him to side with the assassins, or at the very least leave the Templars and, you know, go off on his own way. Which is a pattern with Haytham. Anyone that he supposedly has any emotional attachment to, if they get killed or injured or whatnot by the Templars, he still doesn't see that as the Templars being in the wrong. You know, so he basically is just like, oh well, I'll still be a Templar though, even though my father was killed by one, and even though the one that had my father killed was lying to me all these years about my sister, I'll still be a Templar though. Oh, your mother died, Connor? That's really sad. I'll still be a Templar though. But yeah, the other thing too about Rogue is that I wouldn't really trust 100% how that story is written and accept it as 100% accurate, because it's poorly written. It'd be like if I did an episode of a long-running series and decided to make a character an asshole for no reason. Just because I wrote them to be an asshole for no reason doesn't mean that what I did was correct as a writer, and something like that should be retconned. You know what I mean? So, but the thing about Haytham versus Edward and all that kind of stuff is, you know, if he's saying that that he didn't know that his father had any kind of shame, he's not really looking at it through the lens of how Edward actually was. He's most likely been affected by what he's been told by others about him as well. And Jenny doesn't want to be a Kenway, and all that, not because she doesn't like Edward. If she didn't like Edward at all, she wouldn't be anywhere near him or anything like that. It's just that she prefers to be known as a Scot, not as a Kenway as well.
The dawn of the deadly 18th century. Rogues and sailors band together to live their lives by the sword. With no laws or morals, no gods, and no fear. Only betrayal, mutiny, cruelty, and debauchery. There is plunder to be found on golden beaches. Will you risk life and soul to fight the pirates of nightmares? Benjamin Hornigold, Calico Jack, Charles Vane, and Blackbeard?
The other thing to remember too is that Adewale had more experience with Edward than Haytham ever did. Adewale knew Edward longer than Haytham actually knew him. And so when you have someone that knows someone so closely, and they're basically telling someone else who doesn't really know them as much how that person was, and the other person doesn't fully believe them, it's mainly because the person who doesn't fully believe them hasn't been around that character for long enough to actually know that those traits are something that they have. And so because Haytham was 10 when his father died, he only really had 10 years worth of knowing his father. And your perspective on people when you're a child versus when you're an adult is definitely very different, because there's certain things that you don't necessarily have an awareness of. And even if you do, you might not be able to put that into an actual kind of like full thought as well. So when Adewale is talking to Haytham briefly about his father, he's talking from having known Edward for a long time and all that kind of stuff.
I can feel you, Cypher. Feel. But hardly touch. Signal is still too weak, and I am spread thin. Unfocused. Like static and fog. Lingering in networks and nodes, the nervous system of the world.
Can you hear?
Perhaps the temple was opened too soon, but this was not by choice. The cataclysm pushed all doubt aside. We bless poor Desmond, who gave his life so that you, the children of our labors, would live on, to fulfill your purpose in ours, in mine. But now is not the time. My strength is not sufficient to inhabit an organic vessel. There is more work to do, more samples to acquire, more artifacts to find before my will can obtain.
What's happening? Tell me!
Make me whole again, my children, my instruments. Bring me forth to fulfill your purpose.
Tell me! No, no, no! Something's wrong! God damn it! She should be here! Now! Living in that goddamned head of yours! Fuck, 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 fuck! Why did she spare you? Why are you still here?
Alright, so the sage is not very happy. And the other thing is too, because he has memories of all the other sages, he knows that it's been a very long time since Aita was able to be with Juno. And so to wait over 70,000 years and to still not be able to be reunited with Juno, that's why he's so pissed off and angry. Tech, we should go play a mission in Watch Dogs real quick, lol. Yeah, that's the cool thing about Watch Dogs 1, is that it's a shame that you do have to do a lot of work to unlock the mission where you deal with Olivier Garneau, because you have to do all the convoy missions. Well, not all of them, you have to do 99% of them, because to do 100% of them, you need to do the one with Olivier, and that only unlocks when you've done all the other ones. So unfortunately it is locked behind a lot of stuff that you need to do, but it is cool that there's that connection between the two. There's actually a document in this game that talks about Bloom, which is the company in Watch Dogs.
The charges, sir, I'll hear them again.
My lord, His Majesty's court contends that the defendants, Mary Reed and Anne Bonny, did piratically, feloniously, and in an hostile manner attack, engage, and take 7 certain fishing boats. Secondly, this court contends that the defendants lurked upon the high seas and did set upon, shoot at, and take 2 certain merchant sloops, thus putting the captains and their crews in corporeal fear of their lives.
Edward James Kenway, born of motley parentage in Swansea, to an English father and Welsh mother. Married at 18 to Miss Caroline Scott, now estranged.
She's a beautiful woman, I am told, but not at all well these days.
If you touch her, you bastards, I'll...
Quite a surprise finding you here rotting in a Jamaican prison. We heard rumors that you had taken up with the pirate Roberts.
If you know the observatory's location, tell us now, and you'll be out of here in a flash.
Rogers can hold these British hounds at bay, for a time. But this will be your fate if you fail to cooperate.
You, Mary Reed and Anne Bonny, are to go from hence to the place from whence you came, and from thence to the place of execution, where you shall be severally hanged by the neck, till you are severally dead, dead, dead!
Oh, Ross!
May God in his infinite mercy be merciful to each of your souls!
We're pregnant! Do you all hear that?
What the devil did she say?
They plead their bellies, my lord.
Aye, you can't hang a woman quick with child, can ye?
Quiet! Quiet! If what you claim is true, then your executions will be stayed, but only until your terms are up.
Then I'll be up the duff the next time you come knocking.
Remove them!
Severally dead, dead, dead.
What's your name? Hillock? Kenmore? Conway?
It's Walpole, ain't it?
Walpole? Where'd you get that?
Well, that's the rumour going round. As dirty and daft a pirate as ever sailed these West Indies.
Well, whatever his name, gotta make sure he suffers without dying. Orders from the governor. And back to the prisons at sundown.
And massage his feet if he's aching, shall I?
Jesus. A shit detail as ever was.
Can't they kill the bastard? Ain't been a good hanging for months, not since Rackham got his.
Eh? Hard to understand how it works. I've heard it said they scooped up Captain Vane near a year ago, and he's not seen the end of a run.
I can't fathom it. Some men, they stretch after days of capture. Others they sit on.
Hey!
Quiet, you!
Good morning, Captain Kenway. I have a gift for you. Do not mistake my purpose here. I have come for Anne and Mary, and you owe me nothing for this. But if you would lend me your aid, I can promise you safe passage from this place.
I'll need weapons.
You are comfortable with this, I am told. We must hurry.
Alright, so for this memory, the optional objective that is most related to my focus is sabotage alarm bells. But because it's got some relation to the actual narrative, I'm going to also do the optional objective for visiting 2 of the friends. Kenway, it was weird, both got pregnant at the same time. Yeah, I mean, I guess it could also be that maybe one got pregnant 1 week or 1 month, and then the other one got pregnant, you know, like the next week or the next month or something. And that it's just that, you know, obviously they would know by then that they're pregnant, so that's why they're able to both say, hey, you know, we're both pregnant. There is dialogue about Stede Bonnet. The only way that you would miss it is if you just basically run through this whole area and not go the way where the characters are. Or if you did get near them, you were detected and killed them all, then you wouldn't hear the dialogue about what happened to Stede Bonnet. So I'm going to make sure to be able to trigger that dialogue as well.
I'll not suffer scofflaws on my patch. Stand still.
Shit! Alarm! Alarm! Interloper, raise the alarm!
Oh, stay on him.
Alarm! Rouse yourselves, you dullards!
Attack his flag! Damn it!
Is he still here?
May as well do this, just in case the enemies that talk about Stede get killed.
Oh.
Come back, you weak-kneed coward!
Maybe he has friends looking out for him.
Or money, like Stede Bonnet from Barbados.
No, they hanged him too.
Did they?
Aye. Blubbering and bawling. He collapsed at the gallows.
Help!
Oh my fucking god. Jesus fucking Christ. Of course that fucking enemy would be detected. I know most of the dialogue about Stede Bonnet was heard, but I want to hear the full fucking thing.
That's me last bloody one. Oh,
you come back here!
That's why this time, we're gonna fucking kill every motherfucker near there first. Here, come here. Cunt number 1. Come here, cunt number 2. Get your fucking ass over here, prick. Fucking shit-faced cunt. Come here. Cunt prick number 2 killed. Cunt prick 3 and 4. Stick that up your fucking ass. Alright, any other fucking cunts want to fucking play? You want to fucking play too? Come on, cunts.
Hello! Help me, damn it!
Maybe he has friends looking out for him.
Or money, like Stede Bonnet from Barbados.
No, they hanged him too.
Did they?
Aye. Blubbering and bawling. He collapsed at the gallows. Weeping like a little lamb.
Serves the bastard right.
There we go. So that's how you trigger the dialogue for Stede Bonnet. You need to make sure that these enemies here aren't killed or alerted by other enemies and all that stuff.
You weren't much of a friend, Jack Rackham, nor an able sailor neither. But you were strange and lively, and you made me laugh more than once. And that's enough to make me sorry for seeing you like this. I hope you found a lasting peace, down there among the dead.
Kenway, you missed this about Stede Bonnet. Yeah. It's a shame that it is tied to dialogue like that and not something that you get pointed out to. Like, you don't see him the way that you see Rackham here. and stuff. So it is something that can be missed. There we go. Rage moment finished. Haven't done that for a few streams.
Back here, you jack turd! Intruder! I need some help here! Hey! Intruder! Hold you.
Stand where you...
Stop there.
Hold you! Alarm! Rouse yourself! Intruder! I need some help here! In me sight! Alarm! Rouse yourselves, you dullard! Help me, damn it!
Squirreled away in here.
Steady, me! Shit! Alarm! Alarm!
There we go. Alarm bell optional objective completed.
Alarm! Help me, damn it!
Go. Call the... Ring the
Someone's
alarm.
muscled the alarm. He's
Yeah, they
mine.
And now you've been muzzled forever.
I'll have at ya! You there! Stop! Alarm! Rouse yourselves, you dullards! Here!
Bastards in me sights.
Is our health to the king, and a lasting plea to faction and to wealth increase. Come, let us sing while we have breath. As and he that will is held in high. Down among the dead. Down, 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 among the dead man is him. Health to the king, and a lasting faction and to wealth. Now let us.
It's not. Hello, Vane. At Court Wind, you've been discovered and brought here. Didn't hear what happened after.
Don't me!
Best of luck to you, mate. I wish we'd parted as friends.
There we go, visit old friends done. For this assassin focus, it wasn't necessarily an optional objective that was a I must get for this playthrough, but because I like Edward being able to acknowledge what's happened to Rackham and Vane, I just do it naturally anyway. But the optional objective that was the most important for this playthrough in this mission was the sabotage of the alarm bells.
Hush your pie, old bloody Mig! Faster! We'll not be losing it!
Mary? Mary, it's me, Edward.
Edward? Who's this fella?
It's all right, Anne. He's a friend. What's wrong with Mary?
She's ill.
And her child?
They took her. No idea where. Oh! Oh! Oh!
I know it begs, my lady, but we must be silent.
Can you walk? Lean on me, Mary. Come on.
I can't.
Search every cell!
Come on, that's it. You're all right.
Stop. Stop, please.
I ain't leaving you, damn it. Lift your arm.
It's no good.
There's no one here!
I ain't leaving you nowhere. No bloody way.
Put me down, Edward. Don't die on my account. Go.
This is such a pain in the ass. Damn it. You should have been the one to outlast me.
I've done my part. Will you?
If you came with me, I could. Mary.
I'll be with you, Kenway. I will.
Search every nook and cranny!
This is one of those situations where I would have rather that this gameplay section could be uninterrupted, because it kind of breaks the immersion of the fact that Mary has died. For you to have to stop and deal with these asshole enemies that fucking annoy the fucking shit out of me every time I play this fucking game, when I'm trying to pay tribute to the actual character who's died by not having that happen. But the people in charge of making decisions related to game play decided that that's when they wanted the immersion of what's happened with Mary to be broken. Thank you for the follow, Sycophantix.
What's happened to Mary? What's wrong?
Is she gone?
Oh no. Oh God! Oh!
What will you do now?
Nothing sensible.
You haven't earned this, but they suit you. Good fortune to you, Edward Kenway.
In fact, it would have been better if it just segued from you carrying Mary out of the prison inside of it, and then cut to Edward bringing her body to Artabai and Anne Bonny in the cutscene, instead of having that little gameplay section where you have to carry a body past guards. So there we go, we got the optional objectives. The only one that was relevant for this playthrough was Sabotage Alarm Bells, so I didn't have to get the Visit Old Friends one, but I wanted to get it because I like to get it anyway whenever I play the game.
Or bring a bottle. I see some color first.
Will this do? In all your years out here, you could never achieve what I've done in 1/5 the time. Because you're a good man, Edward, see? Goodness is your disease.
That's my prize, Roberts. Now give it here!
Remember my creed, boy. A short life and a merry one, that is all. The world owes us nothing more than this. So take what you will, and then die before you live to see yourself made a fool.
Give it here.
That's right, boy, take it.
I'll sweeten you, maggot. I'll cut you down!
Calm, little puppy, and slink back to your kennel. You haven't the mettle for my brand of madness.
Robert! Welcome aboard, Kenway. It's prizes, plunder, and adventure ahead. Are you game? Out of my way, Ben.
Raise a glass to freedom, lads. Here's to gentlemen of fortune and women of leisure.
To a world full of rogues, better than all the kings and queens that kick us about.
As gentlemen of fortune, we enjoy plenty and satisfaction, pleasure and ease, liberty and power. What man with a sensible mind would choose the former life? For I have dipped my hands in muddied waters, and, withdrawing them, find 'tis better to be a commander than a common man!
Once wrote of an eagle soaring high above a shepherd's field that swooped down on powerful wings to seize a grazing lamb and carry it off to her nest. Flying close by, a jackdaw saw the deed, and it filled his head with the idea that he too was just as strong and capable. So, with a great flapping and rustling of feathers, the jackdaw came down swiftly and clutched at the coat of a large ram. But when he tried to fly away, he found he could not lift the animal, for his size and strength were not up to the task. And even as the jackdaw struggled, the ram hardly noticed he was there. Nearby, just across the field, the shepherd saw the fluttering bird and was quite amused. Running up, he captured the jackdaw and clipped its wings. That evening, he gave the jackdaw to his children as a gift. "What an odd little bird this is, Father," they laughed and shouted. "What do you call him?" "This is a jackdaw," the father said. "But if you should ask him, he would claim to be an eagle."
Just go before you're again. I'm not going to get it.
Just the other day, Edmund Miller and a Cartwright boy were found half dead in a ditch. They're still not sure the boy will live. A respected advocate taken out in the street and beaten before the masses. And they whipped to a bloodthirst... bloody men. Not one whit of sense to be found between them.
Like what, silly? Got nothing but a veiled trick.
Ah, yes, they said you was a talker.
Got nothing but a veiled trick.
No more than 2 years! You promised me!
You left! When I needed you the most!
But you had me! What keeps you wondering? Do I not make you happy?
I'm so close, Caroline! Please! Just let me do this!
It's everything you do out of spite, Edward!
It's not spite that's driving me, Mary! It's courage!
Courage for what, man? There's no one left in your life to care.
God damn you all! I can handle this!
Lout! Always tearing down when you could be building things up, or building yourself up if nothing else.
Just leave me be!
Change course, Edward! Change your bloody course before it's too late!
Captain Kenway! You look like a bowl of plum duff.
Christ! Oh, I've got a head for 10.
On your feet.
You put me on the spot, Addy. After leaving me with Robert, I shall have hard feelings about seeing you here. But mostly I'm bloody glad.
Me too, brother. And you'll be chuffed to know your jackdaw is still in one piece.
Shall we set sail? You're leaving?
Aye, Edward. For I have another calling elsewhere.
Ade, listen.
When your heart and your head are ready, visit the assassins. I think you'll understand then.
Every time I play Black Flag and Freedom Cry, I think to myself, thank you, writers of Rogue, for killing Adewale off. Really, thank you very much. Not. That's one of the things I hate about Rogue, that they killed Adewale off. Hey there, Cody. How's things going, dude?
Aha!
That's great, Cody, that you're going good. That's excellent. As for me, I'm doing really good. I'm having a good weekend. Although it is Sunday here, so the weekend will be over soon. But still, it's going good.
Lighted upon a bargain, I'll warrant.
Okay, so we're in sequence 11 now. Well, we have been for a while, I should say. We're going to go and do this memory next. In this memory, we actually get the rope dart. And so once this memory is finished, what I'm going to then do is finish off the rest of the assassination contracts. But what I'm going to do is kill the targets using the rope dart. Because I want to put as much rope dart action into this playthrough as possible. And if I wasn't doing that with the assassin contracts, all we would get is what you can do when you actually get it. So there's 12 sequences in the story, and you don't get the rope dart until the end of sequence 11. So the game doesn't really give you much opportunity to use it in story. So that's why I wanted to wait to do the assassination contracts, at least the other half of them, until that was done. Because I love the rope dart. It's one of those really cool weapons. You get it much earlier in Assassin's Creed 3, so you get to use it for a whole lot more of the game.
Let up!
Alright, lads. Where am I to go, me Johnny? So where am I to go? Hey, 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 I roll and go. Oh, where am I to go, me Johnny? So where am I to go? For I'm a young sailor boy, and where am I to go? Oh, way up on that gallant yard, that's where you're bound to go. Way, hey, hey, I roll and go. Oh, way up on that gallant yard, that's where you're bound to go. For I'm a young sailor boy, and where am I to go? Oh, way.
Coming up is one of my favourite bits of dialogue from Edward, talking about how he was living his life up until this point and about what he's lost. It's a really, really great moment in his character arc. where Edward truly understands the things that he's been doing wrong and the things that have caused repercussions that at the time he may not have been aware of what he was actually putting in motion, but ultimately after years, the effects of what he had done all those years ago was still being felt all these years later. It's a great recognition by a character that understands that what they've done before is wrong and they want to actually make amends.
Jesus, Ade, what the hell happened here?
You happened here, Edward. The damage you caused 6 years ago has not been undone.
I'm not an easy man to call a friend, am I? Is that why you're here?
To fight beside a man so driven by personal gain and glory is a hard thing, Edward. And I have come to feel the assassins and their creed a more honorable course. Have I been unfair?
No. For years I've been rushing around taking whatever I fancied, not giving a tinker's curse for those I hurt. And yet here I am, with riches and a reputation, feeling no wiser than when I left home. Yet when I turn around, look at the course I've run. There's not a man or woman that I love left standing beside me.
There is time to make amends, Captain Kenway.
Mary. Before she died, she asked me to do good by her, to sort out the mess I made. Can you help me?
Mary was fond of you, Edward. She saw something in your bearing that gave her hope you might one day fight with us.
Aye. She told me.
And what do you think of our creed?
It's hard to say. For if nothing is true, then why believe anything? And if everything is permitted, why not chase every desire?
Why, indeed.
It might be that this idea is only the beginning of wisdom, not its final form.
That's quite a step up from the Edward I met here many years ago. So what do you think?
It'll take some getting used to.
The second attack this month, I should have moved this village long ago.
I brought all this upon you years ago, but I will stand by you now.
It will take more than a few favors to call yourself a true assassin, Edward.
One thing at a time, mate.
Under attack once more. Come.
Those optional objectives are what I need to get for this playthrough.
Stay close, Edward. Follow my lead.
¡Venceremos a esos gusanos! ¡Temperatura!
to see you here, brother. Swift and clean, Edward. Merciful kills are all they deserve.
¡No te dejaremos escapar!
You'll feed the raptor.
¡Va del cerco!
¡Se está yendo!
Amigo mío, te tengo encañonado.
Es mío, no escapará.
Claro.
¿Creías que no íbamos a cogerte?
Blanco, claro.
Acabado, para ya. ¡Seguidlo! ¡No aguantará mucho! ¡Mantenedlo rodeado! ¡Id por su lado!
¡Un blanco claro!
¡Lo tengo a tiro! ¡Rápido! ¡Se está escapando!
There we go, optional objectives done for this playthrough.
Janumuk awol yetel abishan. And once more you have our thanks, Edward. You are welcome here.
Thank you, sir. I'll rest here for a time before setting out, if I may. How's her child?
She is a strong woman, but not invincible.
I'm sorry for your loss.
If I'd stayed in prison, they'd have taken him from me. He'd now be alive. Maybe this is God's way of saying I'm not fit to be a mother yet. Carrying on like I do. Cursing, drinking and fighting.
You are a fighter, aye. In prison, I heard stories of the infamous Anne Bonny and Mary Reed taking on the King's Navy together. Just the pair of you.
It's all true. Anne would have won that day if Jack and his lads weren't passed out in the hold from drink. Edward. Everyone's gone, aren't they? Mary, Raccoon, Touch, all the rest. I miss them so. Rough as they were. Do you feel that too? All empty inside, like?
I do. Devil curse me. I do.
Strike the cat!
I know my targets by sight well enough. But how will I find them?
We have spies and informants in every city. Visit our bureaus and the assassins there will guide you.
That fixes Torres and Rogers. But Bartholomew Roberts won't be near any city. It might take months to find him.
Or years. But you're a man of talent and quality, Captain Kenway. I believe you will find him.
And if you're at a loss, do not be afraid to call on your quartermaster for aid.
Quartermaster! What's our present course?
Due west, Captain, if it's still Kingston we're sailing for.
It is indeed, Miss Bonny. Call it out.
Weigh anchor and let fall the courses, lads! We're sailing for Jamaica!
How does it feel to bark so loud?
I've barked louder, and to men twice as rough.
Tending bar at the old Aviary, you mean?
Among other places. And I sailed with Mary and Rackham for a time, remember?
Of course.
Mary did most of the captaining, Jack did most of the drinking.
Did Mary... Did she ever tell you who it was that fathered her child?
It was a young fella. Sailed with us on that last voyage. Poor lad was killed fighting beside us. The only man not too drunk to stand up for himself.
There was so much about her I didn't know. I called her a friend. But was I one in return?
She thought the world of you, Edward. I've no worries about that.
Well, that's good to hear.
Alright, so now that we have the rope dart, what I want to do first is actually craft the ability to have more. Because what I want to do is the rest of the assassination contracts that I have left in the game. And I want to, when I can, and where I can, kill the targets using the rope dart. And of course there's nothing there to actually buy in terms of that stuff. I have to go to somewhere where there actually is. Instead of actually going and getting the materials needed for the rope dart pouch, I'm just going to go and buy what's needed to craft it.
Do you require my services?
I don't need to upgrade the ship any further, so I'm just going to sell all this cloth and other materials that I've got to get as much money as possible. There we go. Wrong fucking thing I interact with.
Good day.
Alright, so let's look at crafting. So for the dart pouch, rope dart pouch, we need 2 black jaguar pelts and 2 crocodile leathers.
Hello.
Alright, so let's get 2 of those. 2 crocodile leathers and 2 black jaguar.
I give you good day, sir.
There we go. And let's go to crafting and down to rope dart pouch. Rope dart pouch 1 and 2. Increase carrying capacity of rope darts. We can now carry 15 of them.
Good fortune attend you.
You do not need something if I am not having it.
The thrifty man's refuge here. Oh.
Alright, time to do the remaining assassination contracts.
Straight from the public house, no doubt.
The poachers. A group of marauders has been spotted nearby hunting rare animals for sport. Stop them.
You there! Stop!
In me sight!
Alright, so we use the rope dart on him before killing him.
Got a line on him. Bastards in me sight! Bastards in my sight!
So what I want to do for the rest of these contracts is either kill using the rope dart by
You get back here!
strangling them with it, or use it to draw them in and then kill them with the hidden blade. And I'm not worried about the staying out of combat optional objective, because this isn't a stealth challenge playthrough. The deserter. A Spanish soldier guilty of war crimes against innocents has deserted and is believed to be hiding nearby.
Que solo sabe rascarse el culo. Que el diablo se los lleve.
See yourself skewered!
That laughing that he does, especially when he's in the middle of being choked and he's still managing to actually laugh while that's happening.
Care to lose the lawman, friend?
Tomb Raiders. A group of British grave robbers is active in this area, looking for cemeteries to ransack. Put a stop to their appalling activities. It's no coincidence that they're British. Tomb Raider, British. Tomb Raiders, Lara Croft, British.
Registrad cada centímetro de este lugar. No dejéis piedras sin alzar ni arbustos sin remover. El tesoro podría estar en cualquier parte.
No creas que nos
Estos piratas me recuerdan a las historias de Juan Warten y Bartolomé Charpes que contaba mi padre.
¿Intentas pasarte de listo? Avisadme si veis algo, lo que sea. ¡Informad! ¡Hay algo! Registrad cada centímetro de este lugar. No dejéis piedras sin alzar ni arbustos sin remover. El tesoro podría estar en cualquier parte.
¡No te dejaremos escapar!
Avisadme si veis algo, lo que sea. ¿Quién tiene el mapa? Quiero verlo personalmente. ¡Informad! ¡Hay algo!
¡Es mío! ¡Puedo darle!
Tech 0500, you guys have a good night. Thanks for the conversation. That's okay, Tech. You have a good one too. Thanks for being here. Definitely appreciate it. Would like to recommend people check out Amateur Tech's channel. He's doing a playthrough of the Tomb Raider series. Currently on Tomb Raider 3, which is celebrating its 25th anniversary this year. He's also going to be doing the other games in the series as well, including the reboot trilogy. So highly recommend checking out Amateur Tech's channel. Hope you have a good rest, dude.
I would help you lose the hounds, Captain.
That's okay, Tech. No worries for the shout out. And you certainly will, you're already dozing off. Yeah, it's always a good sign. I mean, hopefully it ends up being a good sleep. A last drink for the road. This Templar associate hopes to regulate and control the rum trade in the West Indies using force and violence. His next rendezvous will take place in Arroyos. Find and kill him.
Tercera vez este mes. Yo creo que debería pagar la multa. Lo dejarán en paz.
He visto lo que haces si no pagas.
Sea bienvenido, señor. Si el viejo Tom sigue pagando.
Eso es
Debo mantener mi negocio para que mis hijos puedan comer.
Si quieres mantener tu negocio y a tus hijos, pagarás ahora.
Por aquí no se puede husmear.
¡No me mate!
Aquí no se te ha perdido. ¡Intentad que no escape!
¿Quién?
¡Baja aquí ahora mismo!
¡Abajo! ¡Ya! ¡Baja de ahí! ¡Abajo! ¡Baja de ahí! ¡Ya! ¡Tírate al suelo!
Recomiendo.
¡Baja de ahí! ¡Abajo! ¡Bájate ya! ¡Bájate de ahí! Pero, ¡abajo! ¡Bájate de ahí! ¡Ya! ¡Ríndete o muérete de ahí!
¡Más deprisa! ¡No! ¡Rápido! ¡Se está escapando!
¡Pero qué! ¡Baja! ¡No corras, que es peor!
¡Se está yendo! ¡No lo perdáis!
I've been thinking about the programming that they do in these games for where the character can grab, what things can be climbed on. And I'm assuming, and I don't know if I'm right, or if I am wrong, I don't know whether or not it's something that could be done. But I imagine that, for example, let's say you have a box, like a crate, on the ground. I'm assuming that what they do is they have the crate, and whatever they've put on the crate to make it interact or combine when you press a button on it or whatnot to make Edward climb on it. I wonder if they've just copy and pasted that across, or rather they've assigned that programming to that and cut and pasted it and just put it throughout. Because there's some things that you don't necessarily want to climb on, but the character will climb on them if you're running past them. Like that box, for example. I might not want to run onto that box. I might want to run past it and keep on going. But because I was close enough to the box, it sort of vacuumed me into the box. So I'm wondering if, when they program things that can be climbed onto, if they're programming them as each individual thing, where they can say, hey, this particular crate will make it climbable. This crate, however, even though it looks the same, will make it not climbable. I don't know if they do it that way or not. They might be like, right, we'll assign this to this crate, and then we'll copy and paste that assignment to every single crate in the entire game, regardless of context of what the player's trying to do, and all that kind of stuff. Because there's a lot of moments where you grab onto things that you don't want to. Ironically, in the games before Assassin's Creed 3, the reason that the character would actually cling on to things that the player might not necessarily want them to cling on to is because there was more than one button being held down at the same time by the player to make that happen. And the irony was that with Assassin's Creed 3, they decided to reduce the amount of buttons that you need to hold down in order to have the character climb. And they were trying to pass it off as if it was improving and reducing the amount of times that players would accidentally climb on something. But it actually increased the amount of times people would climb on something without wanting to. Because all you need to do is hold down one button to make Edward run like this. And as long as you're holding it down, Edward will continue to free run across stuff while you've got it held down. Whereas in the games before Assassin's Creed 3, you would have to hold down the jog button, because this would be jogging, and then you'd have to hold down another button at the same time to make the character sprint. And it was while holding down the other button to make the character sprint that the character would do parkour moves across different things. So I think it would have been better to look at each individual structure that they actually created for every single part of the game world and looked at it and were like, hey, how about we make it that the player won't be able to climb on this part because it's in an area of the game where there's nothing that would make them want to climb, and only make sure that it was near things like an enemy or an object or an item where it would actually latch onto the thing. It probably makes it a quicker process to just basically take one object, assign whatever you need to that object, and then just copy and paste that across the whole game where you've put that object in the game world. But I think it would be better if there was less stuff that you could just grab onto by passing by it than there actually is. It's the same with haystacks. Like, you'll go into the haystack, even if you're running sideways past it, if you're too close to it, then the character will actually climb into it. Not all the time, but there are some times where it will happen. Lord Punked, thank you for the follow. Jerry Tank, thank you for the follow as well. Carbon, you're going to lurk and doing your tax declaration. No worries at all, Carbon. Thank you for leaving the lurk. I don't know why it came up with that warning message on the screen. We're not actually in an active mission yet. The Twin Dilemma. The Thompson brothers, known Templar smugglers, are visiting the Cayman Islands to conclude a lucrative deal. Find them and put an end to their schemes. Thompson and Thompson, eh? Makes me think of the Thompson twins from Tintin.
Are my eyes feeling me? What a strange...
Bastard! Help! Spare me! Please! Please, I have wealth! Implements! I don't want to die! Templars mean nothing to me! It was a job, nothing more!
I've had enough. Now keep back. Hold you! I can get him from here! Got a shot! I've got a good line on him!
Desynchronized because the target reached the situation? Game, I think it desynchronized because we lost all our health. In any case, We still achieved what we needed to do. Okay, so let's go back to that location and pick up the next assassination contract.
My thanks. Arrivederci. Looks like fun. Why?
Why not? The Smugglers Squat. A smuggler chief has crossed the line by selling his stolen goods to the Templars and killing innocent men and women in the process. Take his life so that he may not harm others. In one of the Templar Hunt missions, there's these characters you have to tail, and they're talking about smuggling. And one of them comments on how funny the word smuggle actually sounds like. And when they're actually talking, they sound it out like smuggle. Smuggler.
Loose and cap.
They're on the bowline to head.
Curve to planks.
Don't need to worry about getting resources and stuff for the rest of the playthrough, so I'll just destroy that ship just to get it out of my way. Okay, so this is one of those assassination contracts where you have to actually go through a diving bell location. But I don't think you can do it like this.
Straight for land, sir.
Douse the royals atop.
Yeah, by the time I get to it, it will have automatically turned around so that that's nowhere near. Yeah. Alright, so there's no way to actually cheese it by climbing up to where the exit comes out at.
Unfurl mains, let's move. Crowd it all on. Reef the topsails and gallants.
Take them all in! Furl! Furl!
Hey Lord Punkt. It's going well. For this phase, just focused on certain assassin-related stuff. I've already done a few phases doing different kinds of things to celebrate its 10th anniversary. And I've got about 2 more phases lined up. But this particular playthrough is going well. Just finishing off the rest of the Assassination Contracts, because I wanted to wait till I had the rope dart before finishing the rest of those off. I've done all the Templar Hunt stuff, and we're very close to finishing the game. Well, the main game, I should say, because I'm doing the Freedom Cry DLC as well. Hey there, Viper. Welcome on in. How's things? Hope it's going good. Lord Punk, this game is great. You're going to play Mirage? Not straight away. If I do play it, I want to see, because I don't know, because there's been conflicting sort of things. But I could have sworn that I saw somewhere say that Ubisoft Plus was going to get it. So I thought that that would mean that PlayStation Plus or Game Pass would get it. So if that's actually going to be the case, I'm going to wait until it comes out on that and then play it. But I'm just not 100% sure on the game yet, so just want to hold off.
Seems like we're chasing Captain Conspicuous, lads!
Got a shot here!
After him!
Together, my friend!
Game, don't lie to me. I pressed the fucking dodge button.
Get on these other side! There! After him! Grenades coming!
You'll not lose us that way, you crazed cur!
There we go, got the bastard.
There! Get him!
Haha. What, he's still alive? Okay. Still be alive after this then, prick. You still alive now? Hey Beavers on Junior, welcome on in. I'm doing good. Yeah, things have been going well. How about yourself? Been a while since you've been in here. It was probably during your super long Ezio collection streams trying to get all this stuff done by Mirage release. No, I actually won't be playing Mirage straight away yet. I also want to find out what happens in the story as well before I decide. But in October, I'll be focused on doing horror stuff, but also I'll be doing Assassin's Creed games still, but I won't be doing Mirage though. I've still got some playthroughs of this lined up. A few more, a couple of more phases. I'd like to try and do 6 different phases of celebrating this game's 10th anniversary. And in October, I'll just be doing 1 day a week.
Let's save some for later.
1 day a week of Assassin's Creed streams while I'm doing the horror stuff.
Douse the gallants and royals!
That's awesome, Viper, that everything's going great. That's cool. Lord Punk, to someone with a review copy, I'll tell you it is amazing. It is on Ubisoft Plus. Oh, cool. Yeah, because that'll be good, because then I'll be able to play it offline, off stream, and then see what I think about it. And then once I've played it all the way through, then I'll know whether or not I want to stream it. So I definitely don't mind about spoilers and stuff. So if I find out how the game ends before I play it, I don't mind in this game's case. It's the same with other stuff too, like with the Dawn of Ragnarok DLC for Valhalla. I didn't really care if I found out what happened or not, because I wasn't 100% on it. And then when I saw when it came out and what it was, I was just like, I don't really need to worry about it. The unworthy brother. This treacherous pirate captain wishes to capture Fort Chinchorro for himself. Don't let him. And so that sort of like approach is what I decided to take with all Assassin's Creed stuff from here on out, is just I'm willing to sacrifice knowing what happens in the story before I play it to know whether or not it's worth playing it. Because I'm really big on story and character. And if I don't like the story and I don't like the character, then I don't see any point in dedicating time to play the game, even if the gameplay ends up being amazing. It's a bit different though with Basim, because I already know that I like him as a character. So in his case, I just hope that they've written him well and that he matches how he ends up.
Devil they call him, but I got one thing he don't have. This fort. I'd love to see the devil try to get past my men. He won't, of course, but if he did, oh, I'd show him hell.
I bet you would. Hey, stop there!
Ha! On him! Ah!
Oh! Oh! Got him in my sights!
Alright, doesn't want to do a standard counter fucking attack on this cunt, so here. Have this up, you fucking cunt. There. Wanted to do a counter kill with the rope dart, but the game wasn't playing ball. So it's like, fuck you then. Cons, is Ubisoft Plus Classics different to just Ubisoft Plus? That's actually a good question, because whenever I've looked at the Assassin's Creed titles on PlayStation Plus or Game Pass, it's been categorized as Ubisoft Plus in the menu, but I don't know if that means that it's only for that or what it is. So, but yeah, I'm not too sure, because I don't have Ubisoft Plus on its own. I get access to it through PlayStation Plus. See, here's an example of what I was saying earlier. I wanted Edward to just run through this part here, but the game made him vacuum to the tree when I didn't want to. There's no purpose to be able to climb this particular tree, so this should have been a tree where you couldn't cling to it at all. The Outlaw's Cave. A group of smugglers pillaging ancient caves is being led by a Templar aristocrat. Find their group and kill him.
Give me some speed!
Tomorrow ye will get your pay, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. Oh, the wind was foul and the sea ran high. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. She shipped it green and none went by, and it's time for us to leave her.
Close up! Eat her!
I love the sound this makes when it hits the diving bell.
Let's hear you sing!
Break his defense!
I tried to fucking get away, but the game was like, no, you're locked into this fucking animation.
Dog in the back!
Alright, now that we've taken care of that asshole, it's time to get out of here. Castaway. A fugitive, guilty of many heinous and indiscriminate crimes against innocent civilians, is hiding from authorities on a nearby island. Kill him to ensure he never harms anyone again.
I know that you're out there somewhere. I know the assassins have sent a man to end me life. Yes, a Templar knows always that his work incurs this risk, but I would not choose another life after this one. for I've tasted the fruits of the best the Templars have to offer. So come, whoever you may be, wherever you are, come strike me doom, and collect the...
Give up by your heart! I've got him sighted! I've got a line on him!
Okay, game. How many centuries of swimming do I need to do before it's counted as not being part of the detection? The dreaded pirate. This arrogant captain is guilty of attacking many civilian ships and subjecting them to torture. Stop his acts of savagery.
¡Avisadme si veis algo! ¡Lo que sea!
I remember a long time ago someone did a proof of concept of a Assassin's Creed game that was set at some point. I don't know if it was still when the Mayan and Aztecs were actually active that it happened or was set or whatnot, but I think it involved the Spanish as well and all that kind of stuff. That's a time period that I would like to actually see them officially cover as well. I mean, they've touched upon it with this game, and in Assassin's Creed 3 there's a bonus kind of mission you unlocked if you pre-ordered the game or something that takes place at like an Aztec ruin. What a ragdoll.
¡Más vale que este tesoro parta en el próximo barco a Sevilla! ¡Listo para disparar!
The dreaded pirate is no more. He dreaded his last dread. That pun would have worked better if he was called the threaded pirate. Then I could have said that he's threaded his last thread. That would have worked better. The expedition. A brutal gang of Templar privateers has taken refuge on a forgotten island near here. Your target is their leader.
I've a letter of marque here.
Tengo línea de tiro.
He went on his last expedition. I think they should just give up now. Currently rank 7,039. I think when I first started playing the PlayStation version of this game, it was like in the 50,000s. Because for years I played the Xbox version. The Slave Master. We have identified a particularly brutal slave trafficking network operating between Africa and the West Indies. The man earning a profit for this villainy is believed to be on a nearby island. Kill him.
Bastard's a mistake!
Alert! Alert! I've got a clear shot! Stop, you! Here he is! Go! I've got a good line on him! I've got a shot! Trying to give us that faggot! It's me! Got him sighted!
Alright, let's have a look at the progress tracker and see what I've got left with the Assassination Contracts. %done. Oh yeah, so Kingston. Need to go there. And that's the only place that we have left to visit to do the Assassination Contracts. So we'll go to Kingston. Which is where we need to go for the main story. Hopefully it won't trigger something for that, but if it does, doesn't worry me. the British captain. We have confirmed that a certain British officer is terrorizing the villagers with his unit. He can usually be found near the port.
Was there ever a
You're a skeleton and a scoundrel, and all of Kingston shall know it ere this day is out. That's right! He's a bloody empiric!
Get it!
Face to change hands.
Yes, they do say repetition is a token lack of intellect.
The slave traders. A rather psychotic slave trader has been spotted doing his rotten business in the heart of the city. Kill him. Shouldn't there be toilets for that kind of thing?
Habitual delays, shoddy craftsmanship, penurious sums. I don't know why I bother bartering with you.
I think I can hit him! People! I can shoot him from here! I have a shot!
Well, I suppose so.
The judge. A corrupt judge living in Port Royal has sent one too many innocent men to the gallows. Find and kill him. This should be the last one in the game. As in the last one that I'm doing, not as in this is the last one in the order in which they're available to do.
Venis desiderium solatium intelletis.
Louisa, act like a lady and open this bloody door now. Ah! Who's this? A killer? Help!
There we go, 30 of 30 Assassin Contracts done for this playthrough.
Don't lose sight of him!
Which means all that's left to do in this playthrough is the main story. And the Freedom Cry DLC as well, of course.
Hello.
Good fortune.
So that's what you gain by doing all the Assassin Contracts. The pistol swords. Not that I've really been using swords in this playthrough, because I've been primarily using the Hidden Blade in combat and in assassinating. Alright, let's do the rest of the main game story now.
Your ma were a bearded bitch in a kennel.
Captain Kenway.
You have something for me?
The present whereabouts of the Templar Woods Rogers. He is attending a small political function, so do it clean.
The word is King George is calling Rogers back to London.
Aye, not happy with his progress in Nassau.
Still too many pirates roaming about, from what I hear.
You'll need a disguise to fool the powderheads at this party. I suggest the visiting diplomat, Ruggiero Ferraro. He's been on our list for some time.
Understood. Will you send this to England for me?
Aye. The ship leaves tomorrow.
Caroline Scott Kenway, Hawkins Lane, Bristol.
Alright, so the optional objectives for this memory, and they took away my rope darts, of course, is kill the tailing target from a haystack and kill the Templar from a bench. They're the optional objectives in this memory, and for this playthrough, I need to get those. In this playthrough, I haven't been going to get every single optional objective in the game, just ones that I felt were very much assassin-like optional objectives to complete.
Are you my escorts or my captors? Va bene. I am ready. We go. There is no beauty to this city. No expression of joy. No aesthetic plan. You walk your streets like animals. Like cattle with no sense of decorum.
Has he gone mad?
Ah, praise God for imported wines.
Roger Craig Smith, who plays Ezio, played that character we just killed, Ruggiero Ferraro. Something I like to show now that I know what happens is, if you interrupt these violinists, they'll drop their instruments, and then after a while, new instruments will respawn in their hands, but the old one that they dropped will still stay in the game.
Oh, bother! What are you on about? Bloody! Have you taken a blow to the head? Really? Do tell it. Never knew what hit me, but I still got up. Oh, bother! What are you on about?
Brutus, because having them pick up the instruments would just not be logical. It wouldn't, though.
Shit! Watch yourself, Dillard! Said I might not walk. See here?
I only found this out when I did my music-focused playthrough for this 10th anniversary celebration, where I wanted to listen to all the bits of music in the game. And when I bumped into them and found out this happened, I was like, oh, cool. Discovered a glitch.
I only pray their rude health persists in these fevered climes.
Shit!
Brutus music is still playing too, even without the instruments. Exactly. That's another funny aspect of this glitch. They just keep on... Music keeps on going.
Bloody!
Break from the public house, no doubt.
The blaze.
Shit! Watch yourself, Dillard! Bloody! Have you taken a blow to the head? Bloody! Oh, bother! What are you on about? No. Shit! Watch yourself, Dillard! Oh, bother!
Salve. Forgive the lateness of my arrival. I am Rogerio Ferraro.
Aye, Mr. Ferraro. Not a problem.
Ladies and gentlemen, a toast to my brief tenure as Governor of the Bahamas. For under my watch, no less than 300 avowed pirates took the King's pardon and swore fealty to the crown.
What's your story?
And yet, for all my successes, His Majesty has seen fit to sack me and call me home to England. Brilliant! God bless the fucker! Therefore, hooray! Hooray for the ignoble and ignorant prigs who rule the world with sticks up their asses! Hooray!
Your lechery shames you, sir.
And how is Mrs. Rogers these days?
I haven't the faintest idea, and I don't intend to inquire any further. We separated almost 5 years ago, and both our lives have been the better for it.
Forgive my curiosity, Governor.
Perhaps I'll be more candid later, when the remainder of my reason has left me.
Hey, aren't you? No.
Trust me to get caught in the middle of...
He was a privateer once. How is it you lack so much respect for sailors only trying to make their way in this world?
You couldn't possibly understand my motives, cretin! You have spent a whole lifetime dismantling everything that makes our civilization shine.
But I do understand. I've seen the observatory, and I know its power. You'd use that device to spy and blackmail and sabotage.
Yes. And yet all for a greater purpose. To ensure justice. To snuff out lies and to seek truth.
There's no man on Earth who needs that power.
Yet you suffer the outlaw Roberts to use it.
No. I'm taking it back. And if you tell me where he is, I'll stop the man.
Here at the edge of a blade, I find a friend in you at last. Principe, you mad bastard. Our best sources say Principe.
Woodes Rogers doesn't die here. They wanted to make it match real life and how he died at a certain point, after which this event is set.
What's happened?
It's something that the average person wouldn't be able to experience if it existed in real life, but imagine being able to actually experience how things were back in time periods long past. To see for yourself. In Assassin's Creed 1, Warren Vidic brings up the concept of animals from birth being able to pick up on what things to actually do, and about instinct and how that instinct guides them in doing the things that they don't need to have the required knowledge of having done it already to actually know to do. And about genetic aspects of animals and things. I don't know how much of that aspect you could actually say is accurate to how instinct actually really works or not, but they use that as a jumping off point to extrapolate and be like, hey, what if our DNA included our memories, and not just our own memories that we create or experience, but the memories of our genetic ancestors and things like that. Which I think is a pretty cool kind of concept, really, and it's easy to take it for granted nowadays because this series has existed for a long time now, but back when AC1 came out, the idea of being able to access memories through genetic data and re-experience them centuries afterwards is quite a unique and interesting kind of concept.
It's done.
Where now?
Grab your kit and pack well. We're sailing for Africa.
Thank you for the follow, White Reborn. Okay, so we got the optional objectives that I wanted to get. Now the game gives us back our rope darts. I could understand the game taking the rope darts off of us once Edward actually puts on the outfit of the diplomat, but they take it off you at the start of that memory. This is a separate thing to the whole concept of experiencing memories and all that kind of stuff. But I think it would be really cool if we had the technology to actually record our dreams when we're asleep. So that then when we wake up, we could then view what the dreams actually were like and see them play out. Especially for those who don't remember their dreams once they actually wake up.
The finest ram, sir, that ever was fed upon a. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie, lie. This ram and I got drunk, sir, as drunk could be. And when we sobered up, sir, we were far away out at sea. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie, lie. This wonderful old ram, sir, was playful as a kid. It swallowed the captain's spyglass along with the bosom's fid. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie, lie. Tonight was very rough, sir, the wind like ice did feel. He borrowed me suit of oilskins and took me trick at the wheel. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie, lie. He climbed aloft so full of him to stow the topsails tight. But halfway up he lost his nerve, he had an awful fright. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie, lie. One morning on the poop, sir, afore 8 bells was struck, he climbed up to the sky's yard and sat down on the truck. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie, lie. Ah, this wonderful old ram, sir, he tried a silly trick. He tried to jump the 5-bar fence and landed in a rick. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie, lie. This wonderful old ram, sir, it grew 2 ons of brass. One grew out of his shoulder blade, the other turned into a mast. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie, lie. The crew of the good ship Jack Tar is handsome, strong and brave. The finest crowd of sailors that ever sailed over the waves. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie, lie.
Captain! Here's one still kicking!
Who did this?
It were a large vessel, the Royal Fortune.
Roberts.
Offered no quarter, didn't say nothing.
So this optional objective, kill guards by destroying powder barrels. I'm not going to include it as the optional objective that I need to do because I felt that it's not necessarily something that would be very assassin-like to actually do. So that's not what I'm going to be doing in this memory. However, I do want to do the other optional objective which will pop up eventually, which will be to use the rope dart to assassinate Bartholomew Roberts.
Maybe it did not run over.
Why, who chases me now, eh? Is it a spectre come to spook me? Huh? Or the gaunt remains of a man I sent to hell? I have a clear vision of you. Got him in my sight.
Cut him off! Then cut him down! That's not gonna work with me, you damned Egypt!
I've got a line on him!
Captains aboard! Man on canvas! Let's move!
Fire!
Got us that time!
Ready to fire, Captain!
The way is blocked, Captain. We'll have to find another path.
Ready to fire, sir!
Bad!
Douse all but main!
Steer clear of that, Captain.
Fire!
I've hit a saw!
Cannon ready! Fire! Yay!
Fire!
Working on it!
Fire!
Fire! Ready to spit, sir!
sir!
Fire!
That one did some damage!
Damn these eyes!
Cannon ready!
Fire!
Shall we sink his ship, Captain? On the horizon. We've a better than even chance.
No.
The Spanish
There's a
ship's
device
there,
with him
Captain.
that needs
This'll
taking.
be a mess if we don't
I'll have to
hurry.
board her myself.
Man the guns! There's more fodder for you coming! Here it comes! Steady, lads! Ease off the wind!
Here it comes! Got a sack time!
Firing! Get the main street! Fire!
Bulkhead's gone!
Reach the topsails and gallants! Fire! Fire! Fire!
Shall we board her, Captain?
We're in a maelstrom, Captain.
Beats working behind a bar, don't it?
Unfurl mains! Let's move!
Look, Captain, well placed shot there!
Fire!
Ready to box!
Fire!
She's vulnerable there, Captain!
Fire! Fire!
The Saurix will be knocking them up, sir!
Fire! Fire!
Cannon ready!
Douse all but mains! Fire!
Almost ready, sir!
Fire! 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 Fire!
Taking a hit, Captain!
Fire!
We're ready,
Fire!
sir!
Fire!
Down to the drink!
Ah, fuck off game. Synchronized how? I didn't notice that there was no ship health left.
Edward, there's cross trees on the horizon.
Flying British colours!
The Spanish ship's there, Captain. This'll be a mess if we don't hurry.
Douse the gallants and royals! Fire! Give me some speed!
Ready to fire!
Seems to be alone, sir!
As much sail as you can! Fire!
Working on it, Hardy, sir!
They got help incoming!
We're in a maelstrom, Captain.
Beats working behind a bar, don't it?
Awaiting orders,
Fire!
sir!
Reef in all tops!
Let out some sail!
Fire!
Sail! Crowd it on! Mortars there!
They've hit us, sir!
Incoming fire!
Go fast we can!
Enemy fire!
Fire!
Stay out of heavy shot range!
Reloading! On your mark, Captain!
There's sir! Good shot to cripple her!
Fire!
Ready to fire!
She's vulnerable there, Captain! Ready to box, sir!
Douse the royals and tops!
Look,
Fire!
Captain, a well-placed shot there!
Fire! Fire!
They're all exposed! Take the
Fire!
shot, sir! Almost
Fire!
ready! Look, Captain, a well-placed shot there!
Fire! Fire!
There, sir! Good shot could cripple her!
Fire!
They've landed a solid
Fire!
fire!
Shall we sink his ship, Captain? We've a better than even chance.
I'll take this opportunity to respond to chat. Hey there, Senny. Welcome on in. Jesus, that jackdaw was only slightly fast. Yeah, it's so funny when that happens. It also does that in the mission with Bartholomew Roberts when you're dealing with the Portuguese sailors and stuff. Fire! You don't know, man. You think you'd rather work in a bar than being in this scenario. Yeah, I think given the option, I would definitely be the same. Jeez, I hate when this fucking happens when you're trying to board a fucking
How
ship.
can I not be impressed by the attention you've paid me? May the best of we two sing praises of the second.
A merry life and a short one, as promised. How well I know myself. And what of you, Edward? Have you found the peace you seek?
I'm not aiming so high as that. For what's peace but a confusion between two wars?
Oh, you're a stoic then. But perhaps I was wrong about you. She might have had some use for you after all.
She? Of whom do you speak?
Oh, she who lies in wait, entombed. I had hoped to find her, to see her again, to open the door of the temple and hear her speak my name once more.
Talk sense, man.
Oh, I was born too soon. Like so many others before.
Where's the device, Robert?
Destroy this body, Edward. The Templars. If they take me...
I need help. I'm bleeding out here. Okay, the only optional objective that mattered for me in this playthrough was use the rope dart to kill Roberts. Yeah, Crooked, that guy falling down. It's so funny when stuff like that happens. It's like when you're sailing and randomly one of your crew will just fall off the mast into the water. Crooked just rewatched it and it was Robert's even last master became back from heaven. I guess that's how Edward was able to carry his body off. It fell from being hung with the rope dart.
Alto!
Alto? No thanks.
Puedo darle.
It's a mangy looking thing. It took you guys long enough to climb the building. There we go. Rona.
Ah, Captain Kenway. I'm assuming this is the friendliest face you've seen since dropping anchor?
Is Havana under curfew on my account?
Aye. Torres seems to think someone's coming after him.
He's not wrong.
A monkey-looking thing? Is that what I think it is?
Aye. Watch. Through the blood of the governor, we can see through his eyes.
That's by the church.
Keep this safe. Just in case.
I'll be at the bureau. Good luck.
Thank you so much for clipping that moment, Senny. That's awesome. Thank you. What goes up must come down, I guess. So for this memory, the only option objective I'm worried about is stay out of combat during the tailing sequence.
Tenemos un asunto pendiente con el tiburón en el castillo. El señor Torres querrá hablar con nosotros personalmente.
¿El propio Torres? Menudo honor.
No te alteres, amigo. Esto no es una reunión de sociedad. Seguidnos.
Señor, disculpe, pero ¿por qué tenemos que entrar ahí? Ya han enviado a la mayoría de la flota.
¿Estás cuestionando una orden directa, soldado?
No, señor, pero es que...
Bien. ¡Atención!
Por esos asesinos. Calla. Un rumor acaba con la confianza más rápido que una bala. Ni menciones a los asesinos.
He oído historias sobre ellos. Espero que te equivoques. Ahí, vosotros dos. Cerrad esas bocas antes de que os las tenga que cerrar yo.
Señor, sí, señor.
Dios, ¿ahora qué?
Marcus! Oh, Jesus! You bleeding animal!
Gracias, señor.
Esos prisioneros.
Cállate. Bien, continuemos. Vosotros, seguidnos. Y esta vez no vayáis a meter la pata.
¡Abrid paso!
¡A por él!
Bullshit! I pressed the button before you were fully aware. Fuck you. Indeed, Crooked. A whatever game moment. I reckon from the moment you press the button, it shouldn't matter. As long as you press the button before they're fully aware, it shouldn't count as a detection.
¡Atención!
La ciudad entera en alerta por esos asesinos. Calla. Un rumor acaba con la confianza más rápido que una bala. Ni menciones a los asesinos. He oído historias sobre ellos. Espero que te equivoques.
Ahí, vosotros dos. Cerrad esas bocas antes de que os las tenga que cerrar yo.
Señor, sí, señor.
No tienes escapatoria. Yeah, right. You can shoot us like you did the rest of our crew. Piss off! You bleeding animal!
Gracias, señor. Esos prisioneros. ¡Cállate! Bien, continuemos. Vosotros, seguidnos. Y esta vez no vayáis a meter la pata.
They should walk faster then. Of course, the synchronization puts you back here too.
Señor, disculpe, pero ¿por qué tenemos que entrar ahí? Ya han enviado a la mayoría de la flota.
¿Estás cuestionando una orden directa, soldado?
No, señor, pero es que...
Bien. ¡Atención!
¡No intentes, basura! Bueno, no sería importante. El año hizo un verano infernal. El sol se sacudía en la misma población.
Calla. Un rumor acaba con la confianza más rápido que una bala. Ni menciones a los asesinos. He oído historias sobre ellos. Espero que te equivoques.
Ahí, vosotros dos. Cerrad esas bocas antes de que os las tenga que cerrar yo.
Señor, sí, señor.
Seguidnos. Y esta vez no vayáis a meter la pata.
There. Is this fucking close enough to the fucking targets? Jesus fucking Christ. You reduce your distance to your fucking target.
¡A vuestras posiciones!
Drop. Game, did that not pop? Stay out of combat during the tailing sequence is what it should be. Although maybe it does cover the whole mission. Yeah, alright. So that's for the whole mission. Well, I mean, up until the point where you're forced to do combat. To be more specific and accurate. In case someone thought that I didn't realise that there was a combat situation that you're forced to do. Can't be too careful these days. If you forget to mention one thing as part of something, people think that you're excluding it because you don't like it or something. It's like, I like strawberries. Oh, so you're saying you hate bananas then, are you? It's like, no, I like bananas. Oh, but you didn't say that you like bananas as well. You know, that kind of thing. If you liked bananas, you'd say that you liked it when you said you like strawberries as well. And Brutus, what's your problem with bananas? Yeah. It's like, oh, you didn't mention whether you liked oranges or not. What do you got against oranges? You didn't mention you liked oranges either. Someone excluding something doesn't negate anything else that they might also include if they're given that information. Like, because we're human, sometimes we can forget small little details of things. I don't know what this guard's problem is, but he's glitched. Because he's just standing there and then he goes to do something, he's like, oh, well... What an idiot. Now he starts moving only because I actually moved Edward up to that spot.
¡Eh, tú! ¡Detente!
You want some too, buddy?
No es capaz.
Yeah. No. 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 Which target was closer, game? Which target was closer? The one that you wanted me to kill, not the one that you thought I wanted to kill, which was further away from where the fucking target was. Don't fucking lie to me, game. Jump! Jesus Christ. Kill Laureano Torres. Too bad he's not here. Alright, this time I'm going to climb up the other way to start with. I don't know if I'll start Freedom Cry today or not now. It's almost 10 PM. It'll at least take me 4 hours probably to do the Freedom Cry DLC. Because there will be optional objectives I'm doing as part of that too. I don't feel like streaming till 2 or 3 in the morning my time.
Volvamos a patrullar. Avisadme si veis algo raro.
What? He was even fucking highlighted. He was even highlighted when I pressed the fucking button. Fuck you, game. Don't fucking lie to me, you cunt. Jesus bloody Christ.
You're done, Torres.
Christ!
This again, eh?
¡Alto! ¡Va por él! ¡Esto ralentizará tu huida!
You're too skilled for swordplay.
Not worried about an optional objective for this playthrough.
How about a little gunplay?
Crooked, I knew it. Torres was wearing a wig the whole entire time. Can't have hair like that in this age anymore. Yeah.
Blanco claro.
¡Mirad, allí!
No lo pienso perder.
¡Por él! ¡Fuego de contención! ¡Lo tengo a tiro!
Venga, no bajéis el ritmo.
¡Puedo abatirlo de un tiro!
Of course, Edward had already reloaded his gun, so when I pressed the button to shoot, it was overridden by the fact that he was in the middle of doing a fucking attack. So the game is like, no, even though you pressed the fucking button to shoot before he shot, we're not going to accept your fucking button press. Jeez, that kind of fucking shit in games just absolutely fucking grinds my fucking gears.
How about a little gunplay?
No wonder why. Because I was close to him, the game thought I wanted to actually attack him even though I pressed the button to use the gunshot. So the character goes to attack with a melee attack, even if you press the button to shoot the fucking guns.
If you could speak, mate, it would gladden me to hear your side. You humbled me once, and I took that hard lesson, and I bettered myself. Die, knowing that for all of our conflict, you helped make a soldier out of a scoundrel. Leave this life for a lasting peace, down among the dead.
It really makes you wonder what cutscene they might have cut in connection to this. Slider V2 recently uploaded an unused death scene for Daniel Cross in AC3, where he basically gives himself up to Desmond, hugs him, and then Desmond delivers a mercy kill. Oh, okay. Yeah, cut content from these games is interesting because it changes certain contexts and stuff. So I wonder what their decision process was like to cut that out of AC3 in particular. I think there were certain things that Darby wanted to do with this game's story that ultimately had to be cut out. I think some of it is because of the balance between what game designers want to do versus what narrative wants to do, and trying to marry the two together. Because there might be some things that narrative want to do, but the game designers don't want to do, and trying to compromise and find a middle ground between the two. So maybe the El Tiburon thing is related to that somehow. Maybe there was something that they wanted to include with it, but for some reason they were like, nah. But they kept the reference in to it. So it might have been like a last-minute decision, or by the time they did decide they couldn't do anything about the pre-existing stuff.
We got word Torres left the city. Who were you chasing?
That vial was labeled Torres, but held the blood of his second. Where's he gone?
Left port this morning, heading west along the coast.
The observatory.
Will we follow?
Send word to Atabai. We've cornered our man.
I wasn't worried about the human shield objective, just the stay out of combat one.
What's this tourist doing looking for the observatory? When you're holding the treasure yourself?
Torres doesn't know I have it.
So why bring it to him and risk its capture?
I'd like him to know I have it, just before he dies.
Solid ground, she's the gal for me.
Edward, there's a fleet blocking the cove we want.
Aye, the Armada. That's Torres and his men.
And you're going to do what, exactly?
Find our way past them.
Batten them again.
Fire! Fire! With trouble blowing in! Man of war, sir! Ready to fire, Captain! Fire! Ready to fire, sir! Fire!
We can't take on our guns, Edward!
Fire! There, sir! Good shot, Criveler! Fire! Awaiting orders, sir! Look, Captain, well placed shot there! Let's get moving! Fire! Fire! She's vulnerable there, Captain! Fire! Reloading! Brace yourself!
Mortars, Captain!
Fire! They've got help incoming, Captain! Trim the yards off the wind! Loose on! Awaken your mark! Fire! Stay yourself alive! Fire! It's all exposed! Take the shot, sir! Ready to bark, sir! Mains out! Let's go! Clue up! Clue up!
Careful, Edward! These waters are full of enemies! Who's this Taurus? And what's your man done to earn a death sentence?
He's a Templar, like Rogers and Hornigold. Man cooking up schemes to use the observatory for ill purposes. For power and control. The violence he'd cause with this thing would be subtle but heavy. Deadly, yet leaving no mark. Does that make sense?
Like, if there was a drought and people was thirsty, and one man had a large cask of water but gave a sip to none, he'd be a killer with no blood in his hands.
Aye, like that.
Fair enough.
Free the Guardian hostages is optional objective I am doing for this playthrough. Crooked,
So
fair
will
enough.
you go ashore, or will I swim you there myself?
Captain's overboard.
Captain's overboard. I guess in some ways Edward is a bit overboard.
Lord, there's a bit of a chill, isn't there? might see some soldiers and the like. Maybe they've gone?
No, they're here. Deep in the jungle.
The mighty jungle, where the lion sleeps tonight.
Soldiers, just there. What should we do? Jesus, look at all this. Corpses for miles.
They brought every ounce of menace they had.
¿Dónde crees que va? ¡Es mío! ¡Puedo darle!
Do you see them, Edward? Shh! The Spaniards up ahead.
¡Quieto! ¡No te muevas!
¡Un momento! Ven aquí, anda.
Oh, the game won't let you do that when they're on a beam.
Lo tengo en mi línea de tiro.
Would have been cool if you could pull them off the beam with it.
all so strange. What is it?
Later, Anne. I'll tell you all when this is finished.
Holy Mother of Gods. Is this the place we've come to see?
Aye.
What is it, Viper?
Stand watch here, and let none follow.
Fit for another dozen fights, aye.
¡Mis piernas! ¡Mis piernas! ¡Venga, muévete! ¡No puedo! ¡Mis piernas no responden! ¡Déjalo!
Oh, that's good. House of Ashes is a great game.
¡Levántate! ¡No quiero dejarte aquí! ¡Será vuestro funeral! ¡Por favor! ¡Está aquí! ¡Esperadla está aquí! ¡Perdóname, por favor! ¡No quiero morir!
Hemos activado algo. ¡Registrarlo todo! ¡Hay que parar esta locura!
Not worried about that optional objective. Just the one about freeing the hostages. Unfortunately, you can't kill Torres with a rope dart. I've already tried before in a previous playthrough.
We could have worked together, Edward. We could have taken power for ourselves and brought these miserable empires to their knees. There is so much potential in you. So much you have not yet accomplished. I could show you things. Mysteries beyond anything that you could imagine.
Captain Kenway, ever a splinter in my side. Does this murder fulfill you?
I'm only seeing a job done, Torres. As you'd have done with me.
As we have done, I think. You have no family anymore, no friends, no future. Your losses are far greater than ours.
That may be. But killing you rights a far greater wrong than ever I did.
You honestly believe that?
You would see all of mankind corralled into a neatly furnished prison, safe and sober, yet dulled beyond reason and sapped of all spirit. So with everything I've seen and learned in these last years, I do believe it.
You wear your convictions well. They suit you.
Torres awakened something fierce. Are we safe?
With the device returned, I believe so.
What do you call this place?
Captain Kenway's Folly!
Etsawol Tesu Tukilan. Katwenen. We will seal this place and discard the key. Until another sage appears, this door will remain locked.
There were vials when I came here last. Filled with the blood of ancient men, Robert said, but they're gone now.
Then it's up to us to recover them, before the Templars catch wind of this. You could join us in that cause.
I will, but only after I fix what I mangled back home.
It arrived last week.
Free the Guardian hostages was the only optional objective I cared about for this playthrough, for this memory. That's the letter that tells Edward that his wife is dead. Something I need to do for this playthrough is read assassin-related database entries, but to actually read the rest that might remain, I'm going to wait until I can actually do that. I actually forgot, because I'm so used to playing these games now with not reading the database entries that often, that I actually forgot to catch up on the database entries for assassin-related database entries that I've been covering in this playthrough. So once the game lets me actually go back into the menu, I'll actually read the rest of the remaining assassin-related database entries.
Wakey, wakey. I don't believe we've been formally introduced. Not in this era, anyway. I wish I could explain all this strangeness, but there isn't much time. The short of it is, you saw my beloved Juno. And for a brief moment, I thought she might occupy this tender body of yours. But something went wrong. And now, she's back out there, adrift. Oh, she was magnificent once. One of a race of beautiful, wonderful creatures. They created your kind. Did you know that? Your people were tools to them. That's all you have ever been. That's all you should ever be. One day soon, I hope. For the world is nearly ready for her return. Wired. Prepared for a second coming. Uh-oh. Here they come. Those Templars. Or maybe assassins this time. Idiots. All of them. I envy you. It was her wish that I be here to greet her. It was her experiment that made it possible for my rebirth as one of these things. Ah!
Stay down! Get down on your back! Now! He's got a gun!
Guide me into the grave, beloved! I am your instrument!
Put the gun down! Drop it! Drop your weapon! Clear! Clear! Check his vitals. He's bleeding fast. Check the victim.
Are you okay? Can you hear me?
Hello? Talk to me. You alright?
Well, there you are. Thank God. I hope you feel well. You look good. Can you stand? Good. Try walking around. A doctor came by, said there wasn't anything to worry about. That the liquid in the syringe was far, far below a lethal dose. I feel terrible about all this. About everything. All our evidence pointed to you, but it was John all along. God, the things we found on his computer. Whatever you need, we'll provide. You've done an amazing job. Speaking of which, our trailer is finished. Would you like to see it? I owe you that much.
Hola, ladies.
There we go. I uploaded it to your database. You can watch it here or at your Animus. I think you'll love it. It really captures the essence of the era. So, take care. And again, thank you.
World where pirates rule the waves. These men will discover that nothing is sacred and everyone is committed to rum, plunder, and women.
Hola, ladies.
This summer, Abstergo Entertainment invites you aboard for the adventure of a lifetime. So sharpen your cutlasses, shine your hooks, and sail with the devils of the Caribbean. This virtual experience is not being rated.
The terrible teaser.
And, well, what now? Talk, you idiot! Look at the light! Isn't that the battery? I think that's the battery. Hello? Hello? Look, sorry about this. My name is Sean, and back there is Rebecca, my partner in crime. Hello. Bloody good work earlier. Honestly, I mean it. Delivering us all that data. It's really just too bad that our man on the inside was such a, how to put it? Fanatic. Fanatic is the best word, I suppose. We take who we can get. Exactly. Well put. We saw in John an opportunity to burrow deeper into Abstergo's cloud servers, and I'm not ashamed to say we took it. Not realizing, of course, that he was enlisting you to help him. And to blame, should anything go wrong. I suppose it all worked out very nicely in the end. Most of it, anyway.
What Sean really wants to say is, if you're up for more hacking, we are too. John gave you level 3 security clearance before he died. You should use it. The assassins don't have the resources to pay you like the Templars do, but we'll make it worth your while.
Look, we should really cut it short, Bex. 20 seconds.
All right. Good luck.
Cheers, mate. And top-notch work. Really top. Give yourself a pat on the back. And happy hacking.
In one of the phases to come of celebrating this game's 10th anniversary, I will be covering present-day stuff, but not in this one.
Gentlemen, how do you find it here?
It will work for us. But our goal must be to scatter our operations. To live and work among the people we protect, just as Altair ibn La'ahad once counseled.
Well, until that time, it's yours as you see fit.
Edward, Captain Woods Rogers survived his wounds. He has since returned to England, shamed and in great debt, but no less a threat.
I will finish that job when I return. You have my word.
What's it for me, I says? Bloody tossbox hasn't coming.
Evening, Anne.
Edward?
I'll be sailing for London in the next few months. I'd be a hopeful man if you were beside me.
England's the wrong way around the globe for an Irish woman.
Will you stay with the Assassins?
No, I haven't got that kind of conviction in my heart. You?
In time, aye. When my mind is settled and my blood is cooled.
Sail ho! Coming into the cove!
You're a good man, Edward. And if you learn to keep settled in one place for more than a week, you'll make a fine father too. Of all the money that e'er I had, I spent it in good company, and all the harm that e'er I've done, alas, it was to none but me. And all I've done for want of wit to memory now I can't. So fell to me the parting glass. Good night and joy be with you all. Oh, all the comrades ere I had, they're sorry for my going, and all the sweets that ere I've loved, they'd wish me one more day to stay. But since it falls unto my lot that I should rise and you should, I'll gently rise and softly call. Good night and joy be with you all. Good night and joy be with you all.
Father, did you always know how to sail a boat?
The Jackdaw is a ship, Jenny, not a boat.
But did you always know?
No. No, I learned after leaving Bristol.
After you left Mother?
Well, I didn't leave without saying goodbye, that is. It was an arrangement, you see, between your mother and me.
She said you left her. She said you always talked about sailing a boat and making money in the New World.
I did always want to sail a ship. That's true. But not for a lark. To support us. To take care of her. And you.
Not me. Mother said you didn't know about me. She said you wrote only once a year and that she never knew where to find you.
That's all true, and I'm sorry for that. If I'd known earlier... I don't know. I might have come home. I hope that I would have.
Well, you were busy. That's what I think.
I was, but... that wouldn't have mattered.
Can I steal your boat?
Boat? I see no boat here. Do you?
Oh, I mean ship, obviously. I don't see the difference anyway.
Ah, it's a very simple one, Jenny. A ship can carry a boat, but a boat cannot carry a ship.
Why then, Everything is a ship. Large and small. But for my toy boat, the one I take into the bath with me.
That's a clever way of seeing it. Is it hard to talk about Caroline, Jenny? About your mother?
No. She passed some years ago. I miss her, but it's all right.
Was she in pain?
I don't know. I don't think so. She was very happy for quite some time. Then, not so happy. I didn't see her much after that. Then, she was gone.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you.
It's all right. You're here now. And we're on an adventure.
Only a little one, I hope. I can't handle too many more surprises.
Do you think we'll see a whale?
Yes, there's a very good chance.
And what about pirates? Will I see pirates?
No. Not much chance of that, I think.
Oh, that's rather sad. I should have liked to have seen one.
Tell you what, Jenny. As soon as these winds die a little, I'll let you steer the Jackdaw. One little trick at the helm before sundown.
Yay!
Miss Jennifer Kenway, may I introduce myself?
Jennifer Scott, if you please.
I'm sorry,
My daughter was raised by her mother, Caroline, until she passed away some years ago. Jenny prefers to use her surname to mine.
Please forgive my ignorance.
I will. She may not.
Father, help me.
This little rascal, however, is a Kenway. What's wrong, Hafen?
I can't see the stage.
Up we go. How's that?
Fine. But won't your arms tire?
Hey, I'm not so old as that. But if they do, then we shall quit this posh gig and go and meet your mother for some chocolate at White's. How's that sound?
Yes, please.
Okay, hush now.
Indeed, Crooked. Rest in peace feels every damn time. Thanks for the GGs, Crooked. Thank you for the GGs, Brutus. And Shilalock, thank you so much. Playthrough is still not finished though. I'll be doing the Freedom Cry DLC as part of it. I'm going to be skipping these credits so we can get back to gameplay so I can cover the Assassins related database entries that I haven't caught up with. Yeah, Brutus. Yeah. The way that Edward discovers that he has a daughter and that his wife is dead is definitely, tragic. It's good that they were able to meet and that Edward was able to leave his life of being a pirate behind. And it doesn't show you in the game's story itself, but by the time we see Edward in that sequence with Hatham, he's well and truly already been an assassin for quite some time. Edward Kenway, that is. That part where he meets Jenny for the first time was 1722, and I do believe that Edward dies in 1735. I did in White Reborn, no. I don't do that every single time I play the game. I did, however, do that in Phase 3 of celebrating this game's 10th anniversary, where I was doing a pirate-focused playthrough where I did all the naval contracts and all that kind of stuff. But for this phase, it was focused on other things. Same with the next 2 phases that I got planned. Alright, so the observatory, anything that's related to assassins and Templars, I'm reading the database entries for. The observatory. The observatory seems to have been a surveillance device built by the precursor First Civilization about 80 millennia ago. Its cavernous antechamber was built as a security measure, while its long corridors were used to store thousands of crystal blood vials containing the DNA of those whom the First Civ wished to spy on. At the heart of the observatory was a large theatre lined with seats. At the fore was a massive device like an armillary sphere, with a crystal skull housed at its centre. When loaded with a crystal vial containing a subject's blood, the observatory device would come to life, illuminating the room with a holographic projection of a real-time feed from the subject's own eyes and ears. In this way, the first Civ could spy for an indefinite period on this subject and those with whom he or she was associated without fear of detection. Note too that the crystal skull can also be removed from its perch, turning it into a portable device, but also rendering the observatory itself inoperable. Not worried about reading the employees of Abstergo's little things. Bartholomew Black Bart Roberts, born 1682 in Wales, died 1722 west coast of Africa. Originally hailing from Wales, little is known about John Roberts, the real name of the man who would come to be known as Black Bart long after his death. Most assume he went to sea at a very young age, at 13 or so, but there is no record of him in any historical documents until his noted appearance in 1718 aboard a merchant ship, Barbadian in origin. Just a year later, our picture of Robert's life sharpens considerably. We now know he was pressed into piracy by the notorious Hal Davis while working aboard a slave ship under Captain Abraham Plum. And though Roberts had likely not gone to sea with the intent of becoming a pirate, when the opportunity thrust itself upon him, Roberts was reported to have said, "A merry life and a short one shall be my motto." A few months later, Davis was killed in an ambush on the Portuguese island of Principe, and Roberts was swiftly and unanimously elected to replace him. This was surely a testament to the man's natural charisma and leadership, for he had been a pirate only a few months. It was at this point he took the name Bartholomew, likely naming himself for the infamous Bartholomew Sharp, a pirate of some renown who had disappeared just 2 decades earlier. One of the most intelligent and strategic pirates of the Golden Age, Roberts was a sturdy, handsome man known to dress in fine clothes. A handsome man who carried himself with a dignified but unpretentious air. He had dark hair to match his dark complexion, likely set from the almost 2 decades he had spent at sea. He often carried numerous pistols, each tied to one end of long silk sashes, which he kept slung over his shoulder. His tactical ideas were usually radical, but thoughtfully considered. He never jumped into any scheme rashly, though his ideas seemed almost suicidal to those unacquainted with his methods. Ultimately responsible for the theft of around 400 ships in his 3-year career, he bested every other pirate of the era by a factor of 10 times or more, although it must be said that at least half these boats were small periaguas and the like. Roberts's boldest gambit by far was the theft of a fully laden treasure ship taken from a fully armed and manned fleet of 42 docked Portuguese ships. As the story goes, Roberts flew false colours, sailed among the anchored ships until he found a skittish officer to take hostage. Threatening the man with death, he asked where the most valuable ship was moored. When the young man pointed it out, Roberts sailed there, quietly commandeered the ship for his own, and sailed away without any of the other 40 ships being aware of what had transpired. Roberts was not opposed to slavery, but he had a more open policy about African men working freely on his ship. Nevertheless, he did occasionally trade slaves too, when economically necessary, and, most notoriously, he burned a slave ship with 80 men chained below deck simply because he was being pursued and had no room to take the slaves aboard. Shortly after this incident, Roberts was tracked by British authorities to the west coast of Africa, not many miles from where he had begun his career as a captain. Ambushed by those who wanted him dead, Roberts was reported to have dressed in his finest clothes before stepping out onto the deck of his ship, directly into a hail of cannon fire and grape shot. In a flurry of projectiles, Robert's throat was torn out. He slumped to the deck, coming to rest against one of his cannons, and quietly bled to death. His crew, believing he was resting, reprimanded their captain before discovering his true fate. When they realized he was dead, they picked up his body and tossed it into the ocean, giving him a proper sailor's burial and denying any British ideas to cart his body home and put it on display. Thus, with a quiet splash, ended the boisterous career of brash and bold Bartholomew Black Bart Roberts. Okay, so Benjamin Hornigold, we read about him earlier, but they've updated when he died, which was summer 1719. Alright, so they're going to say a bit more about Caroline beyond what was there earlier in the playthrough. Yeah, so I'll start reading from when it says Caroline and Edward were married in 1712. For a time it seemed as though this odd pairing might produce a lasting union, but Edward's deep love for his wife was offset by his uncouth habits and reckless attention to responsibility. Not content to live a life of middle-class drudgery, Edward dreamed large, and fixed on the idea that he could sail to the West Indies and fight as a privateer against the Spanish, or barring that, buy some land and sow a sugar plantation. Caroline tried to dissuade her husband, but to no effect. At last his drunken antics and wild dreams strained their marriage beyond repair. To further complicate matters, Caroline discovered she was pregnant, and could not fathom Edward being a responsible father to their child. She resolved then to leave her husband and live again with her parents. Edward was hurt by the idea, but the shock of it did nothing to cure his fantasies. Instead, he doubled down and left for the New World, vowing to prove himself a man of quality. Caroline had her child some months after Edward's departure, calling the girl Jennifer. In the ensuing years, Caroline lived a life that alternated between great joy and crushing grief. She had a beautiful daughter and a supportive mother, yet her father, ever resentful for Caroline's defiance, never treated her as a daughter again. In early 1720, tragedy struck with a slow but deadly force. Caroline fell ill and for many months languished at her parents' home, desperate to get well. Emmett Scott, believing his daughter's illness to be self-induced, did little to aid her. Unfortunately, the disease was all too real. Caroline Scott Kenway died in 1720 in her parents' home on Hawkins Lane in Bristol. Yeah, you gotta love that, eh? Oh, you're just imagining that you're sick. You're not really sick, you're just putting it on. Next minute, they're dead. Oh, I guess you weren't putting it on. Alright, Laureano Torres Ayala. So that should I think, yeah. Torres Ayala. So this one, I've already read a bit of it, but I need to figure out where to read from since it's been updated. Hey Lucinda, welcome on in. Good morning. How's things going for you? Updated. Though long since retired by the 1720s, Laureano Torres still commanded great respect and admiration from the people of Cuba. In 1721, he was evidently able to muster a few regiments of Spanish troops for the purposes of a secret excursion somewhere in the West Indies. Torres and his regiment were never heard from again, and though the official record hints that Torres died peacefully at some point in this year, newly collected evidence suggests an altogether different story. Very different story. He was air assassinated inside the observatory. White Reborn, your top 5 Assassin's Creed games. I don't have a top 5, but a top 3. AC2, Black Flag, and Origins. Mary Reed's has been updated since the last time. Let's see. I'll read from According. According to recently unearthed documents, we know that some of Governor Rogers' administrators were eventually made aware of Mary's status as a woman, likely on account of Rackham's big mouth. In any event, Mary, Anne, and Jack did not hang around Nassau for much longer after their meeting. At some point in the late summer of 1720, the trio raised a small crew and stole a schooner docked in Nassau's harbour. For 3 months they pirated and pillaged, with Anne and Mary taking the lead whenever their self-appointed Captain Rackham was indisposed from drink. Unfortunately for all, Rackham's incompetence also landed them in more trouble than they could handle, and in October 1720 their ship was set upon by the British. According to reports, only Anne, Mary, and one unnamed young man were fit enough to resist, and resist they did. Miraculously, only the young man died in the ensuing fight. Anne and Mary were arrested, as were Jack Rackham and the rest of his crew, after they awoke from their drunken stupors below deck. Taken to Kingston for trial, their executions were stayed after the women announced that they were many months pregnant. Mary languished in jail until her term was up. Unfortunately, just days after giving birth, she died of a severe illness or infection, likely caused by the terribly unsanitary conditions of her captivity. It is not known what happened to Mary's child. Listen, they're going well. We slept in a bit this morning. One of the neighbour's dogs is loose in the neighbourhood, so the kitties are stuck inside, so they're bugging you, but other than that, all good. Oh, damn. That's a good idea, though, to keep them inside until that's actually resolved, because you never know. Glad to hear that you got a bit of a sleep in, too. That's excellent. I actually finished the main game. I'm just catching up on some database entries, because I forgot to read a few of the assassin-related ones. So just covering that now. Ones that I missed and ones that needed to be updated. Or things that were updated and that I hadn't read yet. Just want to see where I might have read up to last time with Woodes Rogers. Alright, so I think I might have not read from here. Rogers arrived in Nassau at the head of a small fleet of half a dozen ships on the 22nd of July 1718. Accompanied by Commodore Peter Chamberlain, he spent the first day negotiating with the pirates living there, hoping to entice each and every man on the island with the king's pardon. Rogers' hopes were quickly dashed by Charles Vane and his men, who blasted their way out of Nassau's harbour with the aid of a fireship. This minor setback hardly mattered, for Nassau was now in the hands of the British, just as Rogers had promised his king, and a number of former pirates, Benjamin Hornigold among them, now sailed for him. Rogers set about renovating the city at once, first ridding it of its remaining rogues and rapscallions, and even going so far as to hang a number of men who refused the king's pardon, yet remained on the island. But Rogers' swift initial success suffered an early complication when a huge portion of his crew took ill and died, likely of yellow fever. Another large portion of the soldiers who accompanied him to Nassau departed with little warning for the colonies up north. And perhaps most troubling of all, Spain and England were at war again, making Nassau a likely target for Spanish aggression. He wasn't wrong. In March of 1719, he got word that a Spanish fleet was on its way to attack his fragile town. Rogers had spent much of his own private fortune renovating the decrepit fort town, but he was still unprepared for a full Spanish assault. Much to his relief, the Spanish fleet turned away at the last minute and instead attacked a French settlement to the north. Rogers served as governor for 3 full years in Nassau, and though he did not suffer any more military threats after early 1719, his job was no less difficult. Dwindling finances and a general apathy among the population led to only modest improvement to the city. In early 1721, however, he caught wind that the king was unhappy with his performance in the fledgling community. Rogers decided to return to England to defend himself, but fell deathly ill before he could make the trip, and still later was wounded in a duel gone bad. Recuperating in Charlestown, South Carolina, for some 6 weeks, he finally left for England in March of 1721. Arriving in England, he found his worst fears come true. He had been sacked and a new governor had been appointed to run the Bahamas. Worse yet, he was imprisoned for defaulting on the debts he had accrued during his time as governor, the same debts caused by the king's refusal to fund his term as governor. Rogers was eventually released from jail and spent the next few years recovering from this slight as best he could, until the publication of Charles Johnson's General History of the Robberies and Murders of the Most Notorious Pirates, which painted Rogers in a heroic light for his single-minded quest to rid the seas of pirates. Propelled into the limelight once more, Rogers was given an excellent pension by the king and awarded a second shot at his old job. Rogers returned to Nassau in 1728, a governor once more, a post which he kept to the end of his life just 3 years later. So 1722 was when Rogers was injured by Edward, but didn't die from his wounds. So he still survived for quite a few years after that, until he died 3 years after 1728. Listen, I take it we're not starting Freedom Cry today. I actually wanted to, but I think it's probably best to wait until next Saturday to actually do that. That's interesting they don't update El Tiburon's biography, because he's dead now. Just want to check to see if there's any other ones that were updated. There's actually quite a few bits of this. Oh yeah, I didn't read. That's right, I didn't read about Anne Bonny. Actually, in hindsight, I should have probably read some of these database entries in my Pirate Focus playthrough. But not to worry, because there is going to be another phase where I do focus on the world of Black Flag, as in the locations and all that kind of stuff, and characters and things, so I could also leave it for that, so there'll be no worries. But I should actually keep a list of what I've covered in the database and what I haven't as I go through next time as well. Viper, thank you for redeeming the random horror movie quote. Alright, so I've got a horror movie quote. How does Brundlefly eat? Well, he found out the hard and painful way that he eats very much the way a fly eats. His teeth are now useless because although he can chew up solid food, he can't digest them. Solid food hurts. So like a fly, Brundlefly breaks down solids with a corrosive enzyme, playfully called vomit drop. He regurgitates on his food, it liquefies, and then he sucks it back up. Ready for a demonstration, kids? Here goes. That's from the horror sci-fi movie The Fly. the remake from 1986. Thanks for redeeming that, Viper. Alright, time to go over the things that I wanted to do for this focus. Listen, you heard that while you were looking at something else and you're like, this was a database entry in Black Flag? Oh, could you imagine? A secret one, referencing movies. Alright, so in Sequence 1, Memory 1, there's no optional objectives. In Sequence 2, Memory 1, the optional objective that I wanted to do was use smoke bombs to escape combat. In Memory 2, hire dancers to distract guards and stay out of combat. Memory 3, pickpocket all Templars. Memory 4, tackle the Sage from above. Memory 5, stay out of combat, kill guards from stalking zones, 3 of 3. Free 23 pirates and kill guards from behind corners. That was in Sequence 2. In Sequence 3, the optional objectives I wanted to do in Memory 1 of Sequence 3 was air assassinate an Ocelot. Memory 2, disarm and kill guards, 3 of 3, shoot the rope to save the pirate. Memory 3, use a swivel to kill sailors, plunder 20 rum. Memory 4, there wasn't anything in there that I absolutely wanted to do. There might be some optional objectives that I did, but they weren't the ones where it was like, hey, I absolutely had to do those. So in Memory 4, Sequence 3, none of the optional objectives were ones I wanted to do. Memory 5, sabotage alarm bells, stay out of combat. Memory 6, wasn't any optional objectives I wanted to worry about. Memory 7, stay out of combat and air assassinate Julian Ducasse. Sequence 4, Memory 1, didn't have any optional objectives. Memory 2, just wanted to knock out the assassins. Memory 3, no optional objectives. Memory 4, use sleep darts on guards and use berserk darts on guards. Sequence 5, Memory 1, use a running assassinate to kill the officer. Memory 2, kill gunners, kill guards stunned by smoke bombs. Memory 3, use berserk darts on brutes and use sleep darts on gunners. So those optional objectives were the ones that I wanted to actually get done. Sequence 6, Memory 1, avoid being attacked by a shark. Memory 2, rescue survivors, kill guards stunned by smoke bombs. Memory 3, didn't worry about any of the optional objectives for that one. Sequence 7, Memory 1, sabotage the alarm bell, kill guards while hanging from a ledge, 3 of 3. Memory 2 of Sequence 7, kill 4 guards in one kill streak. That one was one that I wasn't actually needing to get, but I got it anyway. Use blowpipe darts on guards, 10 of 10. Memory 3, kill guards from stalking zones and air assassinate Chamberlain. Memory 4, none of the optional objectives were ones I was worried about, because I was doing optional objectives that were more assassin focus and more assassin-like. Sequence 8, Memory 1, these ones, kill guards was the only one that I absolutely had to do. The other one I just did because it was just a matter of fact of doing it. Memory 2, optional objectives. That one there, I wasn't actually worried about it, but my tactic anyway when dealing with ships in this game is to ram them first anyway, so that happened anyway. Memory 3, Sequence 8 was air assassinate Vane. Sequence 9, sabotage alarm bells. The brute one I wasn't worried about. Memory 2, double assassinate Cockram and Burgess and free pirates, 2 of 2. Sequence 10, Memory 1, stay out of combat, use a rope swing to kill the captain. Memory 2, stay out of combat while finding Horn of Gold, air assassinate him. Memory 3, incapacitate all guardians while unarmed, and from stalking zones 5 of 5 as well. Sequence 11, Memory 1, sabotage alarm bells. Visit old friends, I like to do that anyway, so I got that too, but the priority one was sabotage alarm bells. Memory 2, no optional objectives. Memory 3, use the rope dart to hang guards and use the rope dart to pull guards, so I did that. And then finally, Sequence 12, Memory 1, kill the diplomat from a haystack, kill Rogers from a bench. Memory 2, use the rope dart to kill Roberts, wasn't worried about the destroying powder barrels one. Memory 3, stay out of combat, wasn't necessarily worried about the use guards as human shields. You could or could not, maybe depending on your opinion, classify that as an assassin thing to do. I just decided not to do it, but someone else might have decided to do it, but I decided not to. Stay out of combat was the more priority one. Memory 4, free the Guardian hostages, use the observatory's defenses to kill guards. I sort of put that by the wayside as well. So there we go. That's all the optional objectives that I wanted to do for this playthrough. And the other thing that I was doing, Epilogue, of course, doesn't have any optional objectives at all. And Templar Hunts, I wanted to do all of those. So we did all the Templar Hunts with Opia Apito, Rona Dinsmore, Anto, and Vance Travers. Assassination Contracts, I've done all of those. That was also something I wanted to do as part of this playthrough. So they've all been taken care of. And the other thing I wanted to do in this playthrough was synchronize all the viewpoints in the game, so I've done that as well. And that is all that I wanted to cover for Phase 4 of celebrating this game's 10th anniversary with an assassin focus. The playthrough isn't finished though. I will be doing the Freedom Cry DLC, but I will be starting that next Saturday. And starting next Saturday, it'll only be Saturdays during October that I actually stream Assassin's Creed games. And on Sunday, next weekend, that's when I'll be doing Tomb Raider streams. So in October, Assassin's Creed will be on Saturday, and Tomb Raider will be on Sunday. Monday through to Friday, every week in October will be a horror game. Starting with Alan Wake Remastered, which is what I'll be streaming after this stream. So when you see me streaming Alan Wake, that'll mean it's Monday. But it's still Sunday here, so it's not Monday yet. Thanks for redeeming the random horror movie quote and the Assassin's Creed character quote too. Alright, so I've got a horror movie quote sorted and an Assassin's Creed quote sorted. This is the horror quote. You like it? These are ancient dream demons. Supposedly they roam the dreams of the living till they find the most evil, twisted human imaginable. Then they give him the power to cross the line and turn our nightmares into reality. So that's from Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare, which didn't end up being the last Nightmare on Elm Street movie. So if a horror movie has final in the title, it's not the final movie. They end up doing 20 others afterwards. So that's what that horror quote is from. And here's the Assassin's Creed character quote. In a few short months, my life changed forever. I know my easiest days are behind me, but I don't want them back. Not now. My name is Desmond Miles, and I am an assassin. I am an assassin. So that's from Desmond, from Assassin's Creed Revelations, when you do the Desmond journeys. Listen to the Final Nightmare, like the Final Fantasy. Exactly, Lucinda. Exactly. That's true. You know, there's so many movies that have final, like Freddy's Dead, the Final Nightmare, Friday the 13th, the final chapter, which was the fourth movie in the franchise, by the way. And then you had Jason Goes to Hell, the Final Friday, which was the 9th Friday the 13th movie. They ended up doing 2 more after that, Jason X and the remake of Friday the 13th. And then you have, like, obviously Final Destination in and of itself. Every title has final in the in the name. So there's been heaps of those movies as well. Resident Evil, the final chapter, isn't the last Resident Evil movie, because of course they did the reboot movie afterwards. But yeah, if you want to name something the final thing, and it's a horror franchise, chances are you'll get another movie or 2 afterwards. So there we go. That is the end of that's the end of the main game, I should say, for Phase 4 of this playthrough. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching this stream. The next stream of this will be on Saturday next weekend, and the next stream that you will see from me will be Alan Wake Remastered, kicking off celebrating Rod Legion Ween in October. Just want to thank everyone so much for your support. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the GGs, Lucinda. I would have loved to actually start Freedom Cry and do a bit of it today, but if I did start it, it would only be like a memory or 2, and I'd rather actually do it in one stream. So it'll be better to do it next Saturday as well. Oh, that's okay, Brutus. Absolutely no worries at all. Definitely see you next time for sure. Yeah, Lucinda. Yeah, Rod Legion Ween. When I was Rod Zombie Gamer, I had Rod Zombie Ween as the name for the October stuff, with the horror stuff. Ah, cool. I'm in a bear suit streaming. So I'll give him a raid, because I haven't raided him for a little bit. Would like to highly recommend people check out Crocodiles, who's playing through GTA 5. He's also a big fan of Assassin's Creed. When Assassin's Creed Mirage comes out, he'll actually be streaming that. And he's also going to be streaming more Assassin's Creed content in the future as well. Lucinda is playing through Assassin's Creed as well. She just finished Assassin's Creed Syndicate's Jack the Ripper DLC. She will be doing Origins, Odyssey and Valhalla next. However, she will be doing horror streams in October to take a break from Assassin's Creed. So she's doing a lot of Resident Evil games, different games in the series, doing different kinds of playthroughs as well to celebrate October's horror month. Another great streamer, and highly recommend checking out Shillerlock as well, playing through the Dark Pictures anthology, House of Ashes, playing through the series that is by Supermassive. He also played through Little Hope most recently. I think he'll also be playing through the next one that's coming out in the series, Directive 8020, but there's no release date for that yet. He's also playing through Assassin's Creed as well, so he's a big fan of that series too, and highly recommend. And Amateur Tech is playing through Tomb Raider. He's up to Tomb Raider 3 at the moment, which is celebrating its 25th anniversary this year. And he's actually going to be doing all the other main Tomb Raider games in the series as well, so including the reboot trilogy also. So highly recommend checking out all those streamers if you haven't before. That's no trouble for the shout out, Sheila. Thank you so much for being here. I will, Cons. Yeah, you too. You have a good one. Thanks for being here. That's all good for the shout out, Lucinda. More than happy to give you one. Here's a general raid message. Here's a raid message with some free follower emotes. Those ones are related to Black Flag, of course, which will still be active for the rest of the year. And there's also one that includes some subscriber emotes from Assassin's Creed. Armored Bearsuit is playing through The Last of Us Part 1. Thanks again everyone for watching. Catch you next time.